really appreciate your presence at the board. And many of you know around the table Sue Lloyd. Sue Lloyd's the vice chair of the IAASB. She moved across from her role as vice chair of the IAASB. Now I'm losing track of time, Sue, these days, but is it a year and a half ago now, or almost 2 years ago in that role? Sue has been involved with standard setting activities now. I should know this, for almost 2 decades on and off, and brings a wealth of experience, and has been one of the strategic forces behind both the IASB and the ISSB over the last 2 years, and is someone who may even exceed my travel these days based upon her LinkedIn postings. But we've been in really good, close coordination, collaboration with the ISSB and the IFRS Foundation over the last year and a half. And I could really sort of start to see the benefits of our reinforcing actions, some of which we could see, particularly in recent announcements, both in Brazil and Turkey, where they've committed both to S1 and S2, but also to our sustainability standards, which I think, as I said, they're mutually reinforcing. And I think IOSCO has made that point as well. So huge appreciation for your willingness to work with us. So I know the teams have been collaborating on issues. You're very aware of the assurability issues. We will continue to be guides to you, and also work with you on emerging areas. And huge congratulations as well for your completions of S1 and S2, and all you've done with the Knowledge Hub and other elements of work at the ISSB. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Sue, and we look forward to hearing your update and talking about how we could continue to work together as two boards.
Thank you so much, Tom, and thank you for such a kind introduction. Tom and I have known each other for many, many years. It is, I think, over 20 years now, I'm afraid to say, Tom. I think, Tom, you signed my first employment contract when I originally joined the IFRS Foundation as a technical staff member back in 2002. So we've been working together in various different ways ever since then. And it's really great to work with you again in your new capacity, and indeed to work with your board as well. What I would just say before I talk a little bit about the work that we're doing, giving you an update, and then talking perhaps about how we might work more closely together again, is really just to reinforce the point that Tom was making there then. What we are all about at the IAASB is making sure that investors have got the information they need about sustainability risks and opportunities to make informed investment decisions, and to be confident that when they make those decisions, they have the right information and that it's globally comparable. And really at its heart, what the world has told us that they want us to do is to make sure that investors can feel just as confident as they do about making investment decisions based on the information and financial statements, with the same comfort when it turns to the sustainability information. And so for us, while we don't control the decisions that jurisdictions make about the assurance of the information that is provided when companies use our standards, we really are interested in the assurance that accompanies the information that's prepared using our standards, because to get that robustness that the whole market is looking for, we provide the basis for that by writing high quality standards that ask for comparable information, but we need the assurance to really give the confidence to investors that they need in this information. And unless they have that confidence, we've really achieved nothing. So we are really hand in glove with you in terms of working together to make sure that collectively we achieve the vision of robust information that investors can be confident to rely on around the world to understand sustainability risks and opportunities when they make their capital allocation decisions. So we very much see our relationship with the IAASB and IASB as well as being really core to the success of our whole initiative. So really very much appreciate the interest in exchange with us. So with that background, and hoping you can hear me okay, let me move to slide 4 of our deck, which is really touching base on what we've been up to since we published S1 and S2 back in June this year. And you'll know well that that was swiftly followed by endorsement by the International Securities Regulators, IAASB, which we're very happy about. And also the fact that the Financial Stability Board disbanded the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, and handed over the monitoring of the TCFD recommendations to us at the IFRS Foundation. And that gives us a really good basis for moving on to the application of S1 and S2. And unfortunately, we didn't get to put our feet up for very long, because we know there's an enormous journey ahead for everybody in the market to now get this reporting in place using S1 and S2. And we've really immediately changed gears and are now focusing on providing the support that the market needs to use our standards and to use them well to provide the information that the market is looking for. So we're really looking at providing after-sales service. And so we're doing that in a number of different ways. I just wanted to touch on a few of those. One, actually, Tom mentioned is the finalization of a knowledge hub that we announced at COP in Dubai just a couple of weeks ago. So this is a web-based service that we've made available, bringing together a number of documents and materials that we ourselves have produced, but also the materials of third parties, to provide a basis of information that companies and others can refer to when they're using our standards. So a hub of information, as the name would suggest. We're also working on other educational material. Before Christmas, we plan to publish some illustrative examples, educational material to show good application of our climate standard, S2. And we've also set up a transition implementation group where our stakeholders can submit questions on our website. And when they have got broad interest or applicability to stakeholders using our standards, those questions will be discussed in a public forum and minuted to provide extra information to support those using the standards. So we're very focused on ensuring people have got what they need and support from us to use our standards. We're also continuing to focus on working on interoperability with other jurisdictions, which I'll come back to in a moment, and also working on a digital taxonomy to enable digital reporting of the information required by S1 and S2. So that's a big part of our work. And moving forward on the slide deck. The other thing that we are very heavily engaged in, if I go to the next slide now, is talking to people about actually using these standards. So as I often say at the moment, it's great we've published S1 and S2. We're really excited to have got that done, but it really means nothing until people use these standards and we get this information out there in the market. So that's another thing that we are working really hard on now. And then a really important part of what we're doing here is really acknowledging the fact that we are not asking something that's easy for companies. Even for large, well-resourced companies, what is asked for with this new type of sustainability information, which is more closely connected to the financial statements and comes usually with asks for assurance and the formality of regulation, it's a big change for everybody, even for the well-resourced. And in addition, we've got a lot of small companies who need to disclose, and we've got emerging markets as well as developed economies to deal with. And so we are doing a lot to make sure that we are providing a realistic pathway to the use of our standards. Some of that started in the standards themselves. So we've got some reliefs in the standards for smaller companies and to provide everybody with support. So we say that they don't need to use information unless it's available without undue cost and effort. We have transition reliefs to phase in some of the disclosure requirements. Notably, you only need to report on climate in the first year you use our standards, and then other sustainability risks and opportunities can come later. And the first year that you report on climate, you don't need to disclose Scope 3 information. And in addition to that, we are working on approaches with jurisdictions to talk about how they should onboard companies using our standards. And all of this is in addition to the work that we're doing on capacity building, including with the Knowledge Hub that I was just mentioning. So if I move on to the next slide and talk a little bit about what we are seeing in terms of this jurisdictional adoption. Now, the first thing I should say is that we are also very happy where there's voluntary use of our standards. And we are seeing quite a lot of interest from companies and from large investors asking companies to choose to use our standards. And I think it's very important to emphasize that you don't need to be told to do a good thing. If you're a company that wants to provide information to the market about how you are managing sustainability-related risks and opportunities to attract capital to fund transition, or just to provide confidence to the market when they're making investment decisions, you can choose to apply our standards. And that's an important conversation we're having with a lot of companies and investors. But in addition to that, of course, we're all about regulatory adoption, and that's part of the reason for the IAASB having its home in the IFRS Foundation, which has had such a close partnership with regulation for accounting standards in the past. And we have seen, even before IOSCO's endorsement, some jurisdictions moving to ask their stakeholders about the use of our standards in their jurisdictions. And certainly since the publication of S1 and S2 and the IOSCO endorsement, an increasing pace of companies consulting, countries and jurisdictions consulting on and making decisions about using our standards or preparing local standards that are inspired by S1 and S2 to provide comparable information in the market. Tom mentioned in the introduction that we were very excited that Brazil has announced their intention to require the use of our standards from 2026, and indeed to use your standards as well for assurance purposes. So that's a very important jurisdiction showing support for our standards. We also have had Turkey just in the last week announcing their intent to use our standards. In addition to that, there's consultations ongoing in Australia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and in the UK about the adoption of standards based on S1 and S2. And in Japan, there's been an announcement about producing Japanese sustainability standards that build on S1 and S2. In addition to that, one of the things that we are very excited about at the Foundation is a very high level of interest in the use of our standards in emerging markets. We designed our standards to be capable of being used in all markets around the world, so we're very happy to see interest in the use of our standards in Nigeria, Kenya, and other emerging markets where they have said that they see the benefit of credibility in their markets and the ability to attract capital for transition using our standards. And so it's a really great amount of momentum from a jurisdictional perspective. Now, one of the things that's been very important to us when we've been talking to jurisdictions is being realistic about what can be asked of companies. And what we want to be very clear about at the IFRS Foundation is that we are not asking jurisdictions to require every company in their jurisdiction to start doing everything in S1 and S2 from day one. We are very interested in and supportive of jurisdictions thinking really carefully about how they onboard the companies in their jurisdictions in a way that is proportionate and realistic to get good reporting outcomes when it comes to applying our standards. And on the next slide, I've got a few bullet points about an adoption guide that we're working on. And this adoption guide really sets out possible pathways for jurisdictions for how they might onboard their companies to use our standards. And what we say there is we will focus on the largest companies in a jurisdiction, that we will focus on publicly accountable entities, and that it's okay to phase in the application of our standards, starting with the largest companies first, and even providing reliefs and time reliefs and transition relief over and above what we set out in the standards, if that's necessary in a particular jurisdiction. What we're really working with here, and this guide will be published in the first half of next year, what we're really working on here is trying to make sure that we get the balance right between being realistic with how a jurisdiction might onboard its companies, with keeping the aspiration that ultimately we want as many companies as possible to be using our standards in full. And by enabling jurisdictions to onboard their companies in a proportionate, measured, and realistic way, we think there's the greatest opportunity for us all to achieve an aspirational ambition for the end goal, allowing time to build to that end goal, building up the range of companies and the range of disclosures that they have to provide over time. And our adoption guide is really designed to shepherd jurisdictions through that path of adoption in a way where we don't end up with hundreds of different variations of onboarding S1 and S2, but we set out some suggested pathways for how our jurisdictions might approach that adoption journey. And by the way, one of the things that we countenance that could happen as part of that journey is starting with lower levels of assurance and building up over time, because that's certainly one area where proportionality could be helpful to onboard companies. Now, I'll move to the next slide because it wouldn't be a presentation about our standards if we didn't acknowledge the work that we have been doing with our counterparts in Europe. And this was another really important announcement that we made at the end of July, not long after we published our standards, at the point in time when the European Union finalised their sustainability reporting standards at the end of July. Now, as many of you will know, Europe is to be commended for having been very proactive in terms of sustainability generally and sustainability reporting in particular. And actually, they were working on sustainability reporting standards before the IAASB was even born. And so unlike other jurisdictions that are looking at building on S1 and S2, Europe couldn't do that because they got going first. And so we've really been back solving for what we do to make sure that we have an efficient reporting system for companies that need to apply the ESRS requirements in Europe, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, alongside the IAASB standards, particularly for multinationals. And we were really pleased at the end of July to be able to say that we've achieved a high level of interoperability between our standards. And one of the very important pieces of that alignment was enabling us to get to a situation where within the European standards, our definition of materiality, which is set out on the slide, which I know, sure you know off by heart, is actually included as part of the financial materiality definition within the broader double materiality articulation in ESRS. And this is really important to us because it means that whether you're applying the IAASB standards or ESRS, the same notion of investor or financial materiality, the same test exists in both sets of standards, which is really, really important for the efficiency of the processes that companies need to have in place if they're needing to think about the interoperability between our two sets of standards. On the next slide, I just wanted to emphasize that the other part of the discussions that have been successful with Europe has been in actually looking at our disclosure requirements on climate, where we both have specific disclosure requirements, and working to make sure that we've got a really high level of alignment in these disclosure requirements. And that's been a very successful path of discussion. I'm not sure that my Venn diagram here is proportionate, so don't hold me to it, but certainly this middle area, this sort of mid-color blue in the center here is directionally correct, that in the case of climate, there's an enormous commonality in disclosures between what we ask for and what Europe asks for, despite our different perspectives of investor focus and broader stakeholder focus for Europe. And what we've done is we have, wherever we've found common disclosure requirements, sought to align them as much as we possibly can, so that it's possible for a company to use the same information to meet both our disclosure requirements and Europe's, so that they don't need to do duplicative work to meet both sets of disclosure requirements. And we're continuing to work with our European counterparts with the objective of actually presenting a table which provides a mapping or navigation between our climate disclosure requirements, so that companies don't have to do all of the work we've had to do of line-by-line comparisons of our standards to make sure that this interoperability is understood. Now, if I move forward and talk a little bit about what comes next from our work plan, and move to the next slide. In the near term, there is two pieces of work that are really important to support the application of S1 and S2. The first is in relation to the sustainability accounting, the SASB, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board standards that we inherited as part of our consolidation with the Value Reporting Foundation. So these are industry-specific standards that we refer to in our S1 General Requirements Standard. So if you are reporting on sustainability risks and opportunities beyond climate, both to identify what risks and opportunities to report on and what disclosures to provide, we ask companies to refer to and consider the SASB standards. And the SASB standards had a heritage which was quite jurisdiction-specific, not only US-based, despite what some people think, but there were a lot of jurisdiction-specific references in the SASB standards. And in the last year, we've been through an exposure process to identify those jurisdiction-specific references and to do a targeted series of amendments to the SASB standards to ensure that when companies outside the US refer to and consider the SASB standards using S1, that they don't come up against jurisdiction-specific references that just aren't applicable to where they are running their businesses. If all goes well, straight after this meeting now, I'm going to go and chair a board meeting where the board is going to be asked to ratify these amendments to the SASB standards so that they'll be published before the end of the year. And tomorrow, we'll be having a discussion with our board about the digital taxonomy, which will enable digital reporting of the requirements of S1 and S2. And tomorrow, we'll be talking about some of the architectural elements of that taxonomy. And our objective is to finalize the digital taxonomy in the first half of next year. Then moving on to the next slide. So after we get past the work that we're doing to support S1 and S2, we're starting to think about what comes next. And so last year, we put out an agenda consultation where we asked our stakeholders what they think we should work on next. And we set out 4 potential projects that are set out on the slide that we identified through desktop review that we thought were the primary candidates for things that we might work on next. So biodiversity, ecosystems and ecosystem services, human capital. So for example, what you're doing about diversity, equity and inclusion or training your staff, human rights, for example, how you're interacting with people in your supply chain or with Indigenous people where you're using land, and whether we should do a project, maybe with the IAASB, to further integrate the reporting between sustainability reporting and the financial statements. And that comment period ended on the 1st of September. On the next page, I've set out the sort of preliminary feedback that we got on our future work plan. And we've just started to talk about this in the last couple of board meetings. And our objective is to finalize this new work plan in the first half of next year. And what's interesting is there were, a number of themes that we got in the feedback. And perhaps the most strong thing that we got in the feedback was actually don't go too fast in terms of rushing onto new topics. A lot of people said to us, we've got a lot to digest doing S1 and S2. Please make sure you allow us the time and space and yourselves the time and space to really make sure S1 and S2 get off to a good start before you rush off with lots of new topics that you want to start digging into and researching. They also told us that whatever we work on, to remember interoperability with other standards. So think about what's happening in the European Sustainability Reporting Standards on a topic. Think about what's in the GRI standards on a topic. Think about whether the TNFD has something that might be useful, and make sure you're not doing something in a vacuum without thinking about the broader ecosystem. And the other thing that we were told was it would be really helpful for people if they understood how our sort of vision looks for the future architecture of our standards. Are we going to go topic by topic, by industry? What should people expect about our future work? So we're digesting all of that at the moment and really trying to make sure that we don't just say which of the 4 projects that we focus on and which order of priority, but rather we say, okay, how does this decision on our work plan fit in with our bigger strategy, looking even past the next 2-year work plan, which we're trying to nail down. So watch the space. Those decisions will be made in the first half next year. Now, if I move on to slide 16, last but certainly not least, just to touch on the relationship between our 2 organisations, and then I'd be really happy to hear from you. The first is, as I said, we really are delighted to engage with you. We think it's very, very important as a support for our work, and we really appreciate the dialogue and the candid relationship we have between our organisations, which is really at all levels. I know Tom very, very well, but our staff have been talking as well, and we were delighted to attend some of your roundtables on your proposals and to give our thoughts on what you put out for comment. We would love to continue that dialogue. We're watching the feedback that you got on your exposure draft, particularly on those things that touch upon areas of interest for us. So things like evidence around how you are gathering information to support estimations and gather information in the value chain. We've both got a common interest there. And I think speaking as Sue Lloyd, one individual for a moment, I would love to see us really continue a close dialogue to really think about where we might benefit from working together. For example, if there's guidance that's needed on some areas of application that have an assurance aspect and a reporting aspect, I think we should be open to thinking about whether there's things we can do together. And I think also we collectively have a massive change in financial reporting just around the corner. So it's a huge, huge change for the market. And getting the balance right here, where we get not just reporting, but good reporting that lands well and where we're realistic with the expectations for our stakeholders, it's going to be a tricky path to navigate. And I really think that the more we work together in partnership and really share views and look for opportunities to work well, to ensure that the ecosystem functions well in a massive period of change, I think the better. I think we will benefit and I think the market will benefit. And so I certainly would encourage us to think really creatively about appropriate touch points and ways of working together to really work through this massive financial reporting change management exercise, which is super exciting, but also a bit scary, I think, for us all as we look forward. So really appreciate the opportunity to engage with you and hopefully to continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Anyone have any comments? Josephine.
Good morning, Sue. Always lovely to hear from you, and it's a fantastic update. Really appreciate that. The one thing that you said, you touched on guidance. I mean, I think that would be great if we could connect up, because even in all the roundtables that we attended and all the outreach that we've done, that has come through loud and clear that people really need guidance. They're almost quite comfortable with the principles and the direction that we're heading in, and actually very supportive, for example, from our perspective of our proposed standard. But it's that education piece that they're really, really looking for. So I really appreciate that offer, and we will take you up on that offer, because the other thing that we want to do as well is we want to make sure that that guidance is ready to go out when the standard's finalised and approved, so that people don't have to wait for that implementation guidance or that education material. So it all goes out together as a package, which I keep calling the Get Started Guide, which I stole from the TNFD. It's a great phrase. So I think that would be incredibly helpful, because one thing that comes up is, you know, that interaction between the reporting and the assurance and that participation. So yes, so thank you for that. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Anyone else? John Wave?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Sue. Always great to see you and to hear from you. Very clear and really great after sales service that you're talking about. I think there are a lot of parallels to what we're doing, and I think that provides some inspiration for us as well. I think earlier on in your presentation, you talked a little bit about I believe transition implementation group, and where you have where you'll be accepting questions that your stakeholders or your users can post on the public forum on your website. That sounds really interesting. And I'm just wondering how do you operationalize it? Is there like a moderation of the question to, for example, remove repeat question or consolidate question? How do you get through to the responding? For example, from a IFRS perspective, you have IFRS. So do you have like a group that looks after the question and then respond to them? So just in terms of operationalizing it, we'll be a little bit curious to hear. If I can sneak in one more question, you mentioned the adoption guide. Again, that's really great to know. And you also mentioned that as of this point in time, there are already a few jurisdictions that are already on the adoption journey. So just wondering, from those that you have seen so far, has there been any, I guess, worrying trends in the approach to adoption that you think the adoption guide will need to be there to fix? So that's my two questions. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So on the procedures for the transition implementation group, essentially in the first instance, the IAASB technical staff act as the secretariat. So the first thing we have on the website where you submit the questions is criteria that need to be satisfied for questions. And I'm not going to remember them completely, but it's focusing on whether the question would be applicable to a range of people. So we don't want something that's, very fact specific or very, narrow and focused. We want things that, we think will really help a range of our stakeholders. And also importantly, it really needs to be about our standards, not about things that are sort of, adjacent, but not about interpreting applying our standards. So those are a couple of the key criteria. So the first thing we do when the questions come in is make sure they actually meet the criteria and make a judgment about that. And that's the sort of process we go through. What we then do is that when we have identified questions that we think are suitable for the group, we have a staff paper which analyzes the question that's been submitted and really sets out the staff's view of the applicable paragraphs in S1 or S2 that would apply and that are relevant to answering the question to get to the sort of reporting outcome. And that paper is then discussed by the transition implementation group in public, so people can watch that or watch the recording if they want to, and then we would minute that discussion and that would be available on the website. That's then sort of it's not mandatory. You don't have to use those minutes. I always say to people, ignore them at your peril, because it's likely assurers or regulators are going to be interested in what the transition implementation group had to say, but it's really there to help guide people, connecting the dots, if you like, and how you would use the standards to answer a particular question. The other thing we do, because transparency is so fundamental to everything that we do, is we'll keep a log of the questions that were submitted, and you'll be able to track what happened to them. So did we decide they didn't meet the criteria? Did they come to the group, and has it been dealt with? Or has it been dealt with by the group and has it then been escalated to the board to take some further action? Because it might be the case that as a result of the transition implementation group discussion, we might decide actually it would be helpful to have some more educational material or guidance in this area. So it can be a really helpful source of information to decide whether we should do some more work on materials. Or is everything fine? We don't need to do anything else. Or the sort of nuclear option for a new standard is, do we actually need to modify something in the standard, which is always a possibility, but hopefully not what will happen too often. But importantly, we sort of document what came in and where it went and what we did with it, so that there's transparency around the process, which is an important discipline for us. Then you asked, are we seeing worrying things in jurisdictions? I think the main thing that we are trying to really be focused on in terms of jurisdictional adoption is really trying to make sure that we encourage jurisdictions to remember that climate isn't designed to be a standard applied in isolation. S1 and S2 are meant to be applied as a package. Even if you limit the reporting to climate, there's stuff you need to know that's in S1, including the definition of materiality. And so I wouldn't say that's been a problem, but it's something we've had to reinforce in conversations with jurisdictions to explain how the standards are designed to work together. Then I think there's quite a few discussions about what lengths of reliefs might be necessary on some things. So scope 3 reporting, for example. So I think that's where the guide is pretty helpful, and it's designed to really say, okay, these are some of the areas which we know based on the work that we've done so far might take a little longer for companies to be ready. Scope 3 reporting is one of them. Getting the sustainability information out at the same time as the financial statements is another. And there's a series of those sorts of things where we're really encouraging jurisdictions to think about whether they might need a little longer relief for companies, but really trying to keep them focused on the benefits of this global baseline for investors, but also for companies, so that there's as much uniformity as possible for those who are working across different markets.
Thank you very much. That's very comprehensive and incredibly helpful. Thanks.
Neil?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Susan. Really appreciate the update. You spoke about using sort of onboarding preparers to begin using the standards and that evolution, and then also using assurance as part of that evolution. And I absolutely support using assurance as part of that evolution. I think one of the things that comes out is that there's a misconception that if we're only getting limited assurance, that the preparers themselves would prepare the information with less accuracy and less completeness, and they only really need to worry about how complete and accurate the reporting is once we move to this more mature, reasonable assurance. I just wanted to get your sense as to whether you see that in the preparers markets, that limited assurance means you don't need to prepare it as accurately, and is that something that you've discussed and debated as part of this evolution, and how you would look to use assurance as part of your roadmap journey?
I'm afraid my typical answer on assurance is, I'm sorry, you have to talk to somebody else because I'm not the expert, and you should talk to the IAASB. So I think it's rather we note that thinking about how you introduce assurance and the level of assurance and the points at which you introduce it are a consideration that jurisdictions should take into account, rather than opining more specifically, because I think people like you are far better probably to answer that question than me.
Thank you.
Anyone else around the table? Well, on that latter point, my big point is, regardless of what the timing is that the system ultimately needs to be integrated and fit together, and that you can't have a trusted system without assurance being a firm component of it. And you want assurance for the same. It starts with my big point is that audit is just a subset of assurance.
Yeah.
You need to have assurance by an independent third party that's committed to ethical principles, because the principal agent problem exists both on any forms of external reporting. And we're trying to solve for that here. And that a single standard globally is clearly better than competing standards globally as well. So one thing to note, Sue, is we took a lot of advice from you after your last appearance here in terms of how we structured our consultation process and our roundtables. I feel we had an update yesterday on our roundtables, and I think the task force would agree, is by having them in advance of the comment period ended, we're in much better position to act. As a result, we also use templates as as you suggested, to make the analysis easier. And I think we're all systems go from here to September of next year. We're going to obviously, like you did, do a lot of individual meetings between now and then too, to test our solutions to comments as well. And we hope we could count on the IAASB in that process to help us out as well. So I wanted to highlight that. And I do think joint guidance and leveraging your knowledge hub might be a way forward. Like, we don't want to make it confusing for people to get access to our information. They fit together. Oftentimes it's the same people wanting this different information. So if we could leverage that, something to think about.
No, that's
and then finally,
okay.
Yeah, and one final thing is, I was just reflecting on our discussion when I went down to the IFRS Foundation meeting in Panama, and we discussed the potential for expectations gaps in the process, and how important it is for the standard setters and regulators to have a unified message here, that there is going to be some learning process, what we call the maturity curve in this space, and that if people are expecting reporting to be as mature on day one in this process as we see in the financial reporting space, then there's a real risk of failing to meet expectations and potentially damaging credibility. Like, lack of maturity on day one doesn't mean that we're not making progress. It's about continued improvement over time and ambition. And so, continued for our two boards and our oversight bodies and regulators to keep getting that message out seems important to me.
Yeah, 110% agree with you on that one. I think that the thing that we need to navigate here is being realistic with what is provided early on, making sure that it is, of good quality, even if not perfect, it's of good quality. And there's good transparency around what is perhaps incomplete or, work in progress. Making sure that that's received in an appropriate way by the market, that they don't throw their hands up in horror and say, well, why did we bother? Which I think would be so disillusioning for everybody who's working hard and in good faith to get things going. Getting that right, but not losing the aspiration that, you can't just start at this level and stay there forever. We still, expect there to be improvements over time. And I think getting that balance right is where, the more we can talk about how we get that messaging and pitch it right, the better to work collectively to get to a good outcome. And I really think that would be a great area for us to continue talking about going forward.
Great. Any other comments in the room? Well, Sue, your IT department figured something out, because the audio is perfect and the connection became perfect throughout. So we really appreciate your being here. Thank you to you and to the rest of the IAASB team for the continued engagement, and congratulations on the progress you've made today.
Well, thank you so much, and well done for everything you've done so far, and good luck in your redeliberation process. As a dinosaur standard setter, the only piece of advice I would give to you is focus, focus, focus. It's easy to get distracted, but I'm sure you'll do a great job, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Sue. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, we're gonna break right now. I suggest that we reconvene at 11, as we were intended to do, and we'll turn to the audit evidence team. So thank you for that session, and we'll be back at 11. Okay, we're back. That was really good session with the IAASB and Sue just before the break. We are going to turn to audit evidence for the remainder of our sessions today. I see the super team across the way and ready. It seems primed and ready to go. I'm sure the board is ready to go as well. So I'm gonna just hand it over to you, Sue.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and hello again, everybody. Here we are. Yeah, audit evidence session. I had a feeling, Tom, we've got something else this afternoon. I don't think you want me to keep on going till 4 o'clock.
You do have GRI.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe before we get too stuck in, I mean, obviously we had the conversation yesterday as part of the strategy discussion on technology, and clearly the work we did in pulling together the issues paper was before that discussion. So I think I suspect that there will be comments that we have been discussed yesterday as we've talked about overarching work on technology. And I think there's an anticipation there'll be a more substantive discussion of the integrated project in March. So, recognise that some of the work we have here will obviously inform that discussion when we get to it in March. So, if we look at what we've been working on audit evidence and some of the activities that have gone on. So we have the task force here, which met in, my goodness, I can't remember, October, I think it was. The task force here, we've got Greg, Eric, and Ado, and the staff team. We have Kalina and Ida with support from both Billy and Dan. So thank you for all the team. Since we discussed in September, we've engaged in various coordination activities, and Julie mentioned yesterday the interaction with the fraud task force. We've also worked with the technology consultation group, and I had a call with the planning committee as we were working on the strategy and work plan as well. So obviously, thanks to the chairs and members of those task forces for their time and the inputs that we had. Next slide, please. The next slide is on the SMP advisory group, and you've seen the feedback from them. They have raised two specific issues in their feedback letter on the drafting that we presented. Firstly, around the essential material in paragraph 9b, around accuracy and completeness, and whether that was entirely consistent with the example that we have. And then secondly, the use of the word determine in relation to the use of ATT, particularly when we're looking at whether the ATT operated as designed. And there was a concern there that there was a potential for that requirement to create practical challenges for practitioners if they're required to determine the operation of firms' automated tools and techniques. That comment actually also came up from some of the feedback we had from the technology consultation group. So that is an area that I think we will take back and reflect on after this meeting. Next slide, please. So on one of the pieces of feedback that we had from the consultation was around how we sort of capture how the changes in proposed ISO 500 promote audit quality. I've referenced a number of times that what we have is a collection of measures that when brought together, raise the bar in a number of areas and promotes the exercise of skepticism. And so what we've done here on this diagram, and that's in the issues paper as well, is pull together the areas that we believe the activity will promote quality and will enhance auditor behaviour. As we reflected on the feedback that we got from the consultation on ISO 500, and as we discussed yesterday, the there does remain support for the relevance of the project to revise ISA 500, but also noting clearly the encouragement to look at the broader scope, which wasn't originally in this consultation. The areas that are on the slide we considered as by the task force when we were formulating the views and proposals that are included in the issues paper, and when we've reflected in the changes to the draft standard that you have. And maybe just to pull a couple of points out. I mean, obviously you've all gone through this material, but there are areas where we believe there are enhancements to professional skepticism, where there are enhancements in relation to technology, but equally acknowledging the wider feedback that we got on technology on the consultation on the strategy. Next slide, please. So in relation to additional information gathering activities and the analysis, we undertook a certain amount of additional information gathering and analysis to inform the proposals we have in front of you. That included a deeper analysis of the feedback from both the ED 500 and the strategy and work plan consultation in the area of technology and modernisation of the standards, and a review of literature and the non-authoritative material that has been issued to provide guidance on the use of automated tools and techniques. And I think particular thanks to Ida for this. She spent a lot of time going through a lot of material to pull out what I think are some very, very helpful themes for across a lot of the work that the board is doing. When we were analysing the available information, we also undertook an exercise to look at the interdependencies between what we have as the kind of reference framework aspects of ISA 500 and the performance aspects that are in 330 and some of the other standards in the 500 series. I appreciate that we've done this from the perspective of kind of ISA 500 outwards. And as part of the integrated project, there probably needs to be a kind of 330 back the other way. But we do have a question here around whether you feel that from the feedback we've had, we have captured from that particular lens the themes that are arising. So that analysis was really helpful for the Audit Evidence Task Force deliberations, and our expectations it probably will be very relevant to some of the wider work that we're doing. For example, in the overarching technology strategy, maybe informing the technology consultation group work plan and prioritization, and the risk response work stream of the integrated project. Particularly looking at how things like ATT could be more comprehensively addressed, and thinking about the interdependencies between the framework and the performance aspects. I think some of the themes that are coming out from the work that we've done. Firstly, there's a demand for more authoritative material on technology, but at the same time, there's a recognition that may not be sufficient to address all the matters from the feedback. There were a number of requests for kind of how-to guidance on the use of technology, or in relation to dealing with complex or evolving areas, and that may not be the place for standard setting. There are a number of issues that we think can and have been addressed in proposed ISA 500. Perhaps through providing further specificity to the requirements when ATT is used, or certain application guidance. But equally, there are areas where there's broader actions that are needed outside of 500, such as revisions to some of the performance standards or providing non-authoritative guidance. Another theme that came through was that there are overlaps that are identified that could be indicative of duplications between 330 and 500, such as the objectives and the stand back. And clearly that's an area for the integrated project for consideration there. But I think from the 500 perspective, what was interesting was that there were no gaps identified in relation to obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence. So those are areas that we clearly need to reflect on going forward. the review of the literature, I think, has been very helpful, very broad, that many national standard setters and regulators and others, as well as our own technology consultation group, are looking at the topic and developing guidance in that area. And what we have done is leverage some of that guidance from a number of different places to enhance the application material and the examples in proposed ISA 500. So that probably was the summary on the kind of high level on technology, the review of the overlap and things like that. As I say, I appreciate we discussed some of this yesterday. We have a question here for the board, which is the very high level on technology. Clearly, there are specifics in relation to the requirements and so on, which I suggest we pick up under question 2. But if we can have the next slide, please. And Tom, you came back at the perfect timing. Was really just to look at this question 1, which is kind of taking a step back and considering whether we have followed the due process elements around effectively responding to the feedback, whether there are further overlaps that we perhaps have overseen, and whether there's anything else from the analysis of the feedback that we had on the consultation that we need to be considering as part of the work. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Comments on question 1. Sachiko.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Sue, for your explanation. First of all, I think the task force did a great job to respond to the feedback received related to technologies, considering the current situation, because I think it must be very hard because there were changes on the project scope almost, and the project became a kind of moving target. So I really, really appreciate the task force's hard work. And I have one observation I want to share at this stage. In the draft itself, the task force added paragraph, which is application material which provide guidance where the auditor encounters a situation when the auditor encounter output generated by ATT that is inconsistent with the auditor's expectation, or that exhibit characteristic unusual or for the population. And I agree that type of guidance is very, very helpful, which is really needed. But I also think that we should also further discuss whether and how the expected or consistent outputs can provide sufficient appropriate audit evidence when using ATT. For example, for the group transaction that fall within auditor's expectation, the question is whether the procedure using ATT alone is sufficient, or additional procedures are required to obtain conclusion about the assertion level. Because I heard that in practice, there is some hesitation to use technology because there is some perception that use of technology may just add extra work effort without enhancing effectiveness of the work. So I know this may not be in the scope of ISA 500, and rather it should be maybe addressed by 330 or other standards or non-authoritative guidance, and therefore it may be something we should consider when we start thinking about the integrated approach next year. But I wanted to raise this now, as I think it is also an important aspect of the technology issues, and therefore it is one of my item in my wish list. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you. And thank you to the task force. And clearly a lot of work has gone into the research, and I really appreciate that. And you said that there may be comments on sort of individual paragraphs, and we have I have a lot of comments on the individual paragraphs, but I think it'd be better if I just kind of send that to the task force, so rather than go through them individually. But at this high level point, I mean, it is a little bit confusing now because we do have that integrated project that we're really focused on. But I do think there are there are some areas of technology that we really need to Ado, stand back and think about in terms of the actual requirements. And what I'm thinking about is there are some bits and pieces in the standards where we talk about testing controls in terms of relevance and reliability. But we don't have any mechanism in our standards to test controls in that area because we hook them completely to responses, for instance. So, here's an area where actually we probably need to open up the standards and think about that testing of controls and using automated tools and techniques to do that, where you can't actually deep dive into understanding relevance and reliability without using technology to do that in a highly automated system, for example, and other areas where we might test controls because it's, you're looking at the entity's perspective and the technology and the entity. So I think there are things that we really do need to, as I say, stand back and think about what is different in the way that we're doing things in audits today, and how is technology impacting our work, and therefore what can we do in the standards to help auditors actually achieve what they need to achieve. So to some extent, yes, I think that you've certainly covered a lot and thought about a lot, and we can see that coming through in the standards, but there's so much more I think we can do, and we really need to have that to stand back and think about what we can do to our standards holistically, 500, 315, 330 as well, to help us. Thank you.
Okay, Isabel?
Yes, thank you. And thanks to the task force, because a lot of work has been done, and it's really interesting because we're inventing something that was not there previously in the ISAs. I'm also a little bit confused of the relationship between what has been done so far and the integrated project that we are planning to include in our work plan. So that's probably something on which we will need to think a little bit further. I also wanted to share the recent experience we have in France, because we have also been asked to do something on automated tools and techniques. And so we started to look at what could be done in 315. And then we realized that probably most of it would fall in 330, and maybe not that much in 500 at the end. So that's the status of our thinking currently in France, because we are working to revise our national standards, and probably a lot of what has been developed so far may better fit in 330, or even more a little bit in 315, where we had no requirements. So I'm not totally sure we can conclude on anything at this stage, because there's probably much more thinking to do. Thank you.
Kai?
Thanks, Tom, and Sue, thanks for preparation, and thanks to your team. Overall, I believe that the task force has responded effectively to the technology-related feedback received, given ISA 500's role as an overarching standards. However, I have a number of comments on the changes to ISA 500 that I will address in my response to question 2. Sue, I have a further comment relating to the question 1C. I note that the literature review and agenda item 8C drew, from my point of view, entirely upon sources from English language jurisdictions, given the ability to use tools like DeepL or other AI to obtain so far a halfway understandable translation of literature in other languages. From my point of view, I do not believe that only drawing upon English language literature is still a good approach. So, for example, I know, and I'm sure that also other national standard setters, also in Germany, the IDW has issued a number of pronouncements on the use of new technologies in audits, or the impact of new technologies in entities on audits. So this would be an idea to consider also this pronouncement. Thanks very much.
Diane?
Thanks, Sue, and thanks to the task force. I I do have comments when we get through it, but I do think you've addressed it. But I'm probably in a similar boat to Josephine. It was funny as I went through it, and I was thinking, I kept coming back to something that was sticking in the back of my mind, and I thought, oh shoot, we probably need to address this at some point. And it is the company's IT, and in particular, getting a little bit back to the controls discussion that we've been having about what happens when you've concluded that the company does not have effective controls over IT access and change controls, right? Either they haven't documented the controls, depends what standard you're under, but they either haven't documented controls and maybe the audit team has decided it's more efficient not to test the ITGCs. I'll use the US expression ITGCs. But what that means, it has a tremendous knock-on effect on any information that comes out of the company's computer in its simplest terms, and how that affects evidence and the quality of that evidence and the sufficiency of that evidence and what work is done on that evidence is really, really important. And I think it's also a matter of strong public interest when auditors are taking an approach not to test those controls. Again, either because they believe it's more efficient, it's a simple business, I can get my hands around it, or where the company is ineffective. And I think it's also particularly difficult when it's a highly automated business. It's a financial, it's a online gaming. It's these types of scenarios that I think are really difficult. And that's what's happening, I think, today in many circumstances. Businesses are getting more complicated. So the one thing that I took away that I thought, gee, probably some work needs to be done on it, is that when you are not testing the ITGCs, what is the impact to your evidence, and how do you address that evidence, and how do you take that information and actually get it to be evidence? So that was the one thing that stood out for me. Thanks, Sue.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. And thank you to all the board members who have gone before me, because there's been some really good comments. The task force, I'll have to be quite honest, Sue, I don't know how you got through some of the comments, but I really thought the paper was well put together and the additional information gathering was quite helpful. And then I end up at a crossroads, between the integrated project and what do we do with the information that's already been gathered. And I take your issues paper, and you also put this up on the PowerPoint today. And what do we do with that fine work and from a quality perspective for audits and audit evidence? And I've been trying to come up with different solutions in my mind. I also don't entirely understand what the integrated project is, but I understand that will roll out over the next 6 months. But I'm wondering if we could do something with what we found about the framework on the audit procedures. And I I don't usually like to take things from the PCAOB, but I would say their spotlights over time have been really helpful, and maybe we would consider putting out some type of spotlight to focus auditors on what's come out of this project to date, and what we've seen on audit, what we've seen that we think would improve audit quality. It was a good exercise to work with the technology consultation group and give some comments back in that stage. I'm very, very excited to see a separate technology project. And overall, I don't want to lose what we've learned to date, whether it's through the comments or through the additional information gathering. And did I answer all of the questions? We will also send in comments on the individual paragraphs. Less focused on that. Want to come out of this board meeting understanding a little bit more on direction and what we're going to do with the good work that the Audit Evidence Task Force has done and evidenced in the issues paper. Thank you.
Okay, Chun-Li.
Thank you, Tom. So I just start off by saying really great job, Sue and team. I think as Sachiko mentioned, I mean, you are looking at a moving target, changing scope, and I think it's really great to see how the task force have been so effective in pivoting to where we are today. And obviously great job with all the deeper analysis, all the literature review and so on. So great read and very well put together. And I'm just generally very supportive of many of the things that have been done and the changes that have been made to the draft. That sometimes there's a slight confusion over, where is what and whether it should be here or somewhere else. But I think the overall integrated piece that's coming up next year will definitely help clarify. So just on a broad general basis, one piece about ATT, a little bit of a warning that we're hearing from our stakeholders, especially the SMP community, is yes, please help make it clear, help us understand how technology is used in conjunction with our standard, but also at the same time, make sure that we are not suggesting that use of ATT is always mandated. Even if it's an application material, sometimes the wording may sound like is always superior, and therefore there's setting some kind of expectation or hidden requirement. So just a little bit of sort of warning upfront, and also hearing what the rest have said, a little bit of what Diana said about sometimes the company IT control is just not there. That it's not going to worth your time getting started. So it's just better to just bash through the output. So I think that comment just resonate very much with us. One last thing I want to just say here is on communication. And I think I was reading through the issues paper. There was acknowledgement of a lot of things that we have produced before, and there are a lot of good material. But maybe it's just us not being sufficiently effective in broadcasting the great thing or getting the words out. A lot of the material, even including the issues paper that we have, for example, your table after paragraph 27, where you have topics from the feedback and you talk about what we are doing and what we are intending to do to address them. These are going to be fantastic from the stakeholders' perspective. Even though our papers are available for public consumption, I strongly suspect not many people read all our papers or in detail. So we need to think maybe more cleverly about how we communicate, including bite-sized communicate, to help them understand what we do. Yeah, so just an overall comment and being very supportive of the things that's been done. Thanks.
Kai?
Thank you, and thank you, Sue, for the work being done here. It's great to see the that you collected all the input and the work that's been done in addition. And I think as other board members also said, that it shows that to tackle the issues that we have around technology, we need to do more than just 500. And so this is a great start, and I think it will feed great into to the other projects and what we'll do around technology. So, and also I had a similar comment that Chung Wei just did, that make sure that we don't force or say that technology is superior in areas, because it may not be. It may not be the case always, but it also may not be available to do for everyone. So thanks.
Fernando?
Thank you, Tom, and thanks, Sue and the rest of the team for the great job. This summary with the topics about technology is really, really great. It's 40 pages of lots of information, and it's just a summary. I can't imagine really having all the feedback. And what I take in terms of technology is that the expectation gap was huge, and it is bigger now. And I think I was clear how the revised 500 was going to be delivered before. But I guess at this stage, I don't even know what to think. I don't even know exactly what people are expecting us to produce. And I think that's a key driver for the project going forward. Because it's just by reading the 40 pages, I understand that they really, really want to see something. And probably 2 years, which is what the plan says, to deliver and finish 500 may not be enough. because we don't really know exactly which direction we need to go. And I think we need to, make a pause and think exactly how we want to deal with technology, because we could just get lost within the next 24 months producing materials. And at the end, I believe this will need to go for re-exposure because of the need of seeing technology in the standard. And we could just run the risk of having negative feedback again. And then we just lost another 2 years. So I don't really have like a suggestion. I'm just scared that with all the information that you are showing in this meeting, we are really unclear which way we need to go.
Okay. On that point, there's a number of comments about this, about where we're going to go. Warren, I see your hand is up. I'll let you come in a second. After we hear from Warren, I want to summarize where we think we need to go, at least as it relates to technology and how it impacts this project. I think we're getting a lot of similar comments here, and I just want to crystallize not something new, but what I thought I heard yesterday and what we're drafting in our strategy and work plan, so we could have some coalescence around this. But the one thing I am hearing is the work that this task force has done is really important and responsive to the comments that we heard, and is important input to what we need to do on technology and scope in a revised project on 500 and 330 that works in an integrated way. That's sort of my general take. But Warren, I'll let you come in, and then maybe Billy, you can help us clarify of like what we are putting in the work plan that you'll see later today. And then we'll go back to the Sue and company to say how that's consistent with their work going forward as well. Warren?
Thanks very much, Tom. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we could hear you.
Wonderful, because it keeps telling me that the network is unstable. So apologies if you see.
And now you're proving it's unstable. Why don't you turn off your picture? Turn off your picture, Warren, because it is unstable.
Yeah.
And
okay. Hopefully you can still hear me. Yeah, let me turn that off as well. Apologies, everyone. I know how horrible it is listening to somebody just echoing. Apologies. I know how problematic it is dealing with somebody just echoing and then with dog barking in the background as well. So, Tom, I think that really just summarizes the point. So, I mean, Sue, on the questions you've put here, I think that the answer to all three is, or certainly to A and B, is definitely yes. I mean, a very methodical and accurate analysis of the responses that have been received, and a very good outline, a very good summary, as Fernando also pointed out, on the interplay between 500, the proposed changes, which we might consider as far as responding to risk 330 and so on are concerned. The only point that I'd like to just add to what Fernando raised, and borrowing two of the adjectives Diane used in yesterday's discussion, is the extent to which the general stakeholder community, both practitioners and users, are expecting us to come up with something sexy as far as the technology and the integration of technology into both the evidence component and the response to risk component is concerned, and the extent to which we want to necessarily start thinking outside of the box on these topics and potentially come up with something that may be a lot more than just bolt-ons to the existing structures in 500 and 330, or to what extent are we sort of just planning on expanding the existing discourse and logic. So more a question for the task force than a particular position that I'm wanting to take. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Warren. We were able to hear you loud and clear on that one. Billy, it would be useful, before I hand back to Sue, just to make sure that structurally we're setting this up about what the workflow is, that our strategy and work plan, as the planning committee set down last night, reflects this discussion and what we heard yesterday. So, Billy, do you want to share what we've put in about how we would incorporate some of this input?
Yeah, Tom, I've got a problem connecting with SharePoint. Fadi, can you please email me 4C? There we go.
Controls broken down. Controls broken down. And so he has to do it the old-fashioned way. Bring people. Yeah. Is it on the Excel?
No, it's I'm struggling to access even the document on Teams.
Okay.
The one we were working on.
Yeah, we're working on yesterday.
This will be very helpful, I think, in terms of clearing things out.
That's right. Do you want me to show it on screen?
No.
Okay, just wanted. Okay.
I just think it gets too complicated.
Yeah.
Too complicated. We're having enough technological challenges today. This is why we need a project on technology, so we can learn how to access SharePoint.
It's not on the external SharePoint.
No, did
hopefully it's there.
But the crux of it is none of the work is lost that we've done, and none of the input is lost.
It's not opening.
No, not right now, clearly. Okay, while you work it out, why don't we just try to paraphrase what's in the document, is that clearly we need to step back and figure out a board position on what we need to do on technology. And the goal would be by the end of next year to have that position. And the planning committee could clarify me if I get anything. That means both a vision and a roadmap on standard setting actions, not exclusive to 500 and 330. That would reflect our philosophy and approach to technology. While that is occurring and benefiting from all the work that's underway and all the input we received, we could sort of think of begin the rescoping or scoping and information research gathering activities on 330 and 500, which is well in process. So the work is not lost, but ultimately those projects need to be informed by our vision and roadmap on technology. And necessarily the 330 aspect has to also include a precise focus and consideration of internal control. Is that, Billy, did I get that right?
Yeah, Tom, I think that was a good summary. I finally got the document open. So maybe just to go back a little bit, I think we heard from quite a number of board members that the task force did an excellent job in terms of looking at the deep dive analysis of the relevant questions that we asked on the work plan consultation and on the ED 500 exposure, going further than that, trying to analyze and understand what the key themes are in terms of what we've heard. And I must say, when I work through this again afterwards, because in the lead up to the board meeting, you read so many things, you forget what you read, and then you just before the board meeting read through everything again. And for example, and I think, Chan, you may have referred to the table in paragraph 27 as well. If you read through that again, as you go through that, there are obviously sections that the Audit Evidence Task Force decided we can do something about this in 500, and there's more to be done. And I mean, just going through this, I made some notes where, I've identified 9 items that I think should be explored beyond just what we can do in 500, because I think we all acknowledge and understand that 500 fulfills a particular role. And in that context, only certain things can be done there, but there's the need to to understand the full picture and the full package of what we have. And therefore, I think, Sue, you mentioned it at the beginning where you say, you looked at this through the lens of 500, but you understand that there's another lens that also needs to be applied. And therefore, I've come to a conclusion that what the work that has been done in this part of the issues paper, and Fernando, you're quite right, there sits a lot behind that, is an excellent springboard in terms of developing exactly what we discussed yesterday. So what you will see in the work plan, that the updated version of the work plan that we will circulate yesterday, is we took the input from the board from yesterday and said, let's have something separate on technology in the work plan. However, I think, Wendy, you may have referred to it as a project. It's not a project. For me, it's like Tom explained it. It is, we have to have a board position on how are we going to address technology in our standards, or a roadmap, as we've said that. And I think that needs to be done parallel and needs to be input into what the integrated project will do in terms of the detailed technical matters, but it will provide us with a broader lens in terms of what we're going to do around technology. And yes, we are indicating that that will be H1 2024, so it will start immediately with the work that will be, well, the work that has been carrying on ED500, as well as the initial information gathering that we have to do on the risk response side. But I think Thomas also indicated that position is not going to be developed by staff sitting and writing something out and giving to the board and say, yes, our position. That's something we need. There will have to be substantive debates around the board table to establish that position. And like I said, for me, that the work that has already been done is an excellent starting point and springboard. Yes, it goes beyond what 500 can do, but I think that actually illustrates the point. So you will see a separate line that we've now included in the work plan. I think that was an ask from a number of board members, so we can get to that position, but also do it in parallel with the rescoping that we need to do in any case on the integrated project.
So I think that's consistent with what we've been talking about, but I want to ask for any reactions and feedback. In addition to, we could talk about the specific comments too that we received.
I'm actually sitting here thinking probably we achieved one of the goals that we were looking for as a task force, because it was very, very clear as we were going through the feedback that we couldn't address everything within 500, and that the board needed to kind of take a step back. There was a lot of encouragement about the good material we already have, and how we make sure that's maintained and not lost, and all those kind of things that were outside of the remit. So actually, to have got to a position where we have sort of taken that step back, recognized that technology is pervasive, and we need to be thinking about how that's addressed, I think is probably reflective of one of the reasons we wanted to share this in the kind of way. And you've talked about we need to have discussions at the board table. Well, our hope was that this would prompt exactly that kind of discussion at the board table, because otherwise the risk is that we do a bit of fixing in one stand and we do a bit of fixing in another. And even when we've been talking about the integrated project, as I said yesterday, there are things that sit above that. So I think there is consistency there, and I think it's a helpful outcome that we put more emphasis and hopefully more resource and those kind of things into the technology area. I'm always hesitant to speak on behalf of all my task force. So
yeah, and I certainly would welcome. I'd welcome their input as well on this topic. But it seems to me that we've gotten to the moment that we have to have a well-structured conversation at this board table. It's something I think we have done all that foundational research work we did with Danielle, helping to lead it for 2 years, and now this work, that we need to get to the so what from the standard setting perspective, and it's sort of all coming to a head here.
Yes, I'm on the task force, and I'm glad with the discussion, and also the step back that we're now doing is okay. It's fine that you're trying to solve certain points on technology in 500 in response to the comment letters, but with the stand back, is it still the best place for solving it there. And so I'm entirely supportive of a well thought out and structured discussion on how we're going to deal with technology throughout the standards, not just 330, 500, because may even be sitting better in 200, 300. There's other standards as well that need to be thought through. Thank you.
Yeah, and when you see the strategy work plan, we're actually pulling out this element above the list of work projects, both for audit and reviews and assurance, to a separate line, and then it will flow through to one or many of the projects below, or could create some other element of work stream as a result too. So I think that was a really good insight that we generated after yesterday's discussion, and this only reinforces that. Okay, Diane?
You know, listening to that, it all makes sense. There's one question there that I have, and I am a little concerned that the moment you do take the step back, which is the right move, and you begin to think about the impact of what could the new project look like, it could be a significant project, a very significant project. And so then I say, okay, how long will that take? And I do think some of these topics are pretty critical and relevant to how audits are being executed today. So I do ask, and this goes a little bit back to Wendy's comment about, is there any other mechanism, and I'm just throwing this out there, that would allow you to do something, whether it's non-authoritative or some sort of FAQ or something over the next year or 18 months based upon what you know today. I am nervous about just going into a room and spending, you know, a year to 18 months to figure out a plan. Then we realize, oh, shoot, we actually have to touch quite a bit. It becomes a very massive plan, and the clock is ticking, and this is a real issue today. So that's my only question. I know it comes down to resources and how you splice it and dice it and how meaningful is that, but I just would ask if there was a discussion about doing something in the interim. Thanks.
Okay, we won't know that until we start our work, and that's why I don't think we're mutually exclusive. There's this technology element and this scoping element of 330 and 500 revised, integrated, or can't happen simultaneously. You're could do some of the work associated with both.
And I appreciate that, but since I will not be sitting around the table nagging this point, I would just ask all of you to remember this comment and say, let's not get sucked into this vortex of a massive plan and the clock is ticking. That's all. Thank you.
But you are rejoining it as a staff member, so it's okay. You can nag us in that capacity. Okay, I think we've reached a really good point. I think the high level summary is that this is really responsive, really good work. It really does inform the need to get to that board position on technology. And I think I'll hand it back to you, Sue, if you want to respond to any sort of more detailed comments.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think actually several of you acknowledged it's been a hard quarter for the task force. So to get to this kind of point, I think is and to recognise that that there has been a lot to work to that point is very helpful. There were a couple of you raised examples, which are really good examples for the integrated project, because we have considered some of these things, and Sachiko, for example, the one that you raised, I would see that as possibly more of a performance matter than a framework matter. And Josephine and Diane on the controls side, again, there's a crossover there. I mean, it's a really important topic. It's a really important issue. We need to deal with it. I don't know whether 500 is the place. It might be some of the place. It might be all of the place. So there's some really good things to think about. And just before you come in, Josephine, I was just going to say that I was very interested in Isabel's observation that you are doing this work in France from a more holistic perspective. So you have got that lens coming back the other way, and you are probably coming to what sounds like a similar kind of position to what the Audit Evidence Task Force has been thinking. As we've been going through, we've not seen lots of things for 500. So I just thought that was very interesting and helpful. Josephine, I'm sure you were going to come in and
I just wanted to clarify that actually I did feel that technology piece, like that specific opening up the concept of testing of controls when you're looking at relevance and reliability, because obviously there's absolutely no reason why you can't use controls testing to do that. And so, but we don't, as I say, we don't have that mechanism in our standards. So I think that one would definitely touch 500. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm sorry I wasn't clear before, apologies.
That's fine. And Kalina, as always, is on top of this and has pointed to a paragraph in the application material where we have referenced that kind of thing. And I appreciate, obviously with the value of this discussion and also with the value of the steer, that maybe we can look a little bit more widely in what we're doing. There are opportunities here to perhaps be a little bit more direct in things. A couple of other things I was just going to pick up briefly on the comments that were made. Chunwei and Kai, you both made the comment about the balance of the not inferring that ATT should always be done, it's always better. The feedback we got on consultation, of course, was that we've been focusing on the negatives of ATT, and we've been encouraged to be a little bit more sort of supportive. So clearly we'll sounds like we haven't quite got there yet, but maybe we're moving in a different direction. I think probably the rest of the things have been picked up. Kai, it certainly wasn't intentional to miss out on other languages, and a number of the things we had got global input, so they were drawing on that kind of thing. But I think, Tom, that's probably the key sort of areas. It's been a very helpful discussion, and happy to move on if you want.
Yes, please do. Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks for good response.
Okay, so if we go on to the next slide then, please. We're back on technology. Hooray. So this is sort of getting us into some of the work that we feel that we have been able to look at what we can address within 500. And the material we've got that we've run through in the paper is based on the board views that we've heard from you previously, the input from the CAG, and some discussions that we've had with the technology consultation group as well. And just to emphasize that this is stuff that we're looking here from the kind of framework perspective of 500. The conditional requirement for the use of ATT we looked at last time, and we had feedback on that. And we've reflected further on the input-output model as a base for that kind of requirement. And we think that if we've got relevant and reliable inputs together with a relevant, reliable operation of the technique, will result in relevant, reliable outputs, i.e. the audit evidence that's there. We have enhanced the application material in several places to emphasize the importance of testing controls when we're considering the reliability of information to be used as audit evidence. But clearly from the feedback we've just had, there's obviously areas that we can look at further. And we've also identified from the information gathering that providing application material in ISO 230 would be helpful to address some of the considerations around documentation when using ATT. And there's some examples as to what that would cover. So I'm not going to go through all the detail of the material. You've got the references and things in the issues paper. But if we go to the next slide, please, we'll just take any feedback on the more detailed aspects of technology.
Okay. Josephine?
So I'm just want to, yeah, so 10A. Okay, so there is a little bit here that I'm slightly uncomfortable with, and with the associated application materials causing me further confusion, to coin one of Eric's favorite challenging verbs. So as I so I'll try and summarize my challenges as best I can, but I will send it on. In terms of the conditional requirement, for example, to me, I feel that kind of goes against what we're trying to achieve as a board in terms of understandability and our other quality characteristics, because to me, the inputs, outputs are just the same as what we already require, which is you have to think about the information that you're going to use. That's processed through a particular audit procedure, and then you have outputs, which is evidence. And that evidence may need some more work done on it. It may lead to a material misstatement analysis. It may lead to a deficiency analysis, whatever that might be. It's still evidence. So I think we're creating or using terms here that are essentially just the same as the terms we already have in our standard. There's nothing in the standard that tells me that this is anything different from what you would do in any situation. So I'm really, really struggling. So inputs is information that's subject to an audit procedure, and therefore you have to think about relevance and reliability. So as I say, let's not introduce a new term. We don't need a conditional requirement. What we do need, though, is to understand what is different when we're in that technology space or that ATT space. When we're looking at that information we're using, why is it different? What's different? What do we need to do differently as auditors? On the operating and as designed, we've already covered this in our standards. It's in the ISQM1, it's an ISO 220, but it's really, really worrying, and it's fraught with practical issues. If you're saying at each engagement, for each engagement team, whenever they're using a particular audit tool technique, they have to understand what's happening behind it. So are you supposed to deep dive into the AI behind a chatbot at that engagement team level? It's impractical for people to do that. So I think from that perspective, we have to maybe draw in what you've done, which is thinking about ISQM1 and the firm's responsibilities when they're looking at their particular technology or using technology or even developing technology. And then the engagement partner has a responsibility to make sure that those resources are used appropriately. And I think that's as far as we can go. I just don't think it's feasible to expect engagement teams, every engagement team, to look at that every single time. And as I said, on outputs, this is just simply evidence. Let's not use a different phrase. If we're missing a spot in our standards in terms of that first set of findings, like for example, with ISQM1, we introduced this idea of findings. That's sort of a step between, what is it that I'm actually looking at? What do I need to do with it before it's evidence? Maybe that's something we need to think about as well. Maybe that's a new area of requirements we can consider. But ultimately, it's no different from what we have in normal circumstances. So I think from that perspective, on that conditional requirement, I just don't think it's helpful at all. And then, as I said, I had a few other areas, but I'm just going to send those along in terms of the application material supporting that. Thank you.
Okay, Sachika.
Thank you. And first of all, I also have some small editorial comments and suggestion in the draft, which I will send you later. So I just want to just comment on the one paragraph, which is paragraph A65, big E, the examples. I think the examples in the box and the paragraph A65, big E, do not address the key point described in the first sentence of that paragraph, because examples refer to circumstances where the inputs may be used in relation to multiple or different purposes. But I think that we need to further explanation about how the auditor's consideration of the appropriateness of the inputs may differ in these circumstances. I think that is the key point of that specific application material. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai?
Tom, thanks. So I have a couple of comments in relation to paragraph 10A. Firstly, I believe that in the introductory sentence, the word "and" in between design and perform needs to be "or," because auditor could use ATT to either design or perform procedures or both. Secondly, it is unclear to me why in little a we are using the term appropriateness of the inputs to the ATT, because the inputs will invariably be information in its broadest sense. If the inputs are information, then this information is information intended to be used as audit evidence, and therefore the auditor needs to evaluate the relevance and reliability of the information. This is already covered in paragraph 9, but the application material in paragraph 9 could further clarify that paragraph 9 applies to inputs to ATT. Thirdly, I'm not convinced that, as set forth in little b, engagement teams using ATT should be required to determine whether ATT operated as designed. Determining whether ATT operates as designed is the responsibility of the firm that designs or purchases ATT and then approves the ATT for use in the firm. Rather, engagement teams would remain alert for indications that ATT is not operating as designed and would need to respond to such indications when they arise or notify the firm of such indications. In addition, engagement teams have a responsibility to use ATT only for the purpose for which it was designed. I believe that little b needs to be redrafted accordingly. My next point is I'm also not convinced that engagements team can determine whether the outputs of ATT meet the purpose for which they are intended. Certainly on the basis of the outputs received, they can consider and conclude whether this is the case. The requirement should therefore use the term consider or conclude. The application material would need to be adjusted accordingly for my comments on 10a. And then Sue have some offline comments referring to the application material I will send to you. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you. Tom, if I can just perhaps come in on 10a little b. A couple of you have commented. We said we had comments from the SMP advisory group and the technology consultation group. Obviously, I don't want to stop anybody, saying what's important, but equally, I think that's a point that we have heard loud and clear, and we'll take away and consider that determined verb. So I would just say if you don't feel you need to repeat it if that's the point.
That's great.
Okay. Diane?
So Sue, I've got a number of comments, but I'll send them along. I'll just highlight a couple here. I had the same comment as Kai on 10a, little a, that word appropriateness. I didn't think it was appropriate. I was in the same bucket of relevance or reliable, saying it's accurate. It's really critical. And I thought the appropriateness undermined how important those inputs are. And then one on the application material, and I'm going to talk about A65I as I move over there. And this was an interesting one. This was talking about a situation where the auditors used the ATT and what came out may not have been what they expected. And I thought, I feel like we're trying to explain why it may not be what you expected. The reality fact is it may not be what you expected. And that's the purpose. That's one of the benefits of running an ATT is you may get something different than what you thought going into the test. And so I just felt, generally speaking, that the tone seemed to be a lot of words to defend why you may have gotten something you didn't expect, when the reality of fact is that may have been the accurate answer. And it's more about understanding the output and understanding it and thinking about, does this tell you now you need to do more work because you received information that was contrary to what you thought going into the test? So just ask you maybe to go back and noodle on the tone of that. And if it is, quite frankly, is it necessary? Thanks.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. And Sue, I didn't comment in the first round, but I was very supportive of all the work your task force has done to date. I came at the conditional requirement with a bit of a different perspective because this felt a lot like what we do in practice today. So we do have requirements in our firm to consider these items when you're using what we call an audit tool, but ATT. And there is a requirement for engagement teams to think about these things, despite the fact that the firm might have already approved the tool for use, because it needs to be in the context of the procedure you're performing and the intended purpose of that procedure. So I'd come at it with, sure, some editorial considerations too for ways we could tweak the words, but conceptually I was fine with the direction you were heading on this conditional requirement. So I do hear the point, and what did come up on my outreach was, are inputs just information, and are we using different terms for different to mean the same thing? And I think that could probably be worked out as a part of the drafting, but directionally I was happy with the way you went. So I would be sad to lose some of this concept, because I do think in practice it's where people are headed today. One of the other things that came up interestingly was how if the task force had thought more about having ATT defined, particularly if you are end up using it in a requirement, should that be more of a definition as opposed to a description? I don't know if I've landed on either side of that argument, but that was just something that came up. I thought that was an interesting point to think about. On the application material paragraphs, you've added quite a lot of material here. I will send along some comments. I think sometimes there's some terminology we need to maybe tidy up, use things like transform and transfer and preparation and other terms that maybe just some consistency needs to be tidied up. And I had some comments around geography and whether the examples could move up and down against some of the different concepts in the application material, but those are pretty minor, and I'll send those along.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks Sue to the task force for the work that's been done. There was a couple of points, some of them may overlap with comments raised, but the one piece was around on A2A clearly defines this a very broad category, and I think there's some further work to be able to recognize that the sophistication of tools in this space are quite varied, and there might need to be further scalability in what considerations need to apply tool by tool. So it won't be a one size fits all in each case. And we've heard a number of comments on 10A, and I think the one thing that I took away was that the requirement really underestimates the extent of complexity that would go into testing whether this tool is operating. And this is if this is a large, comprehensive, powerful tool, it's a significant amount of work. And so I think there's an opportunity just to emphasize that this could, in some instances, be really significant. We spoke a little bit about looking at testing the inputs and outputs of the tools. And I think there's perhaps an opportunity to look from a more innovative angle, also get the auditor to consider what are the risks and opportunities of using this tool. So clearly there may be some risks associated with it that you'd need to consider, but what are some of the opportunities? And those could be some of the areas that the auditor could be considering in the use of the tool. As we go into the application guidance, I think there's a large amount of application guidance that's been included, and it kind of cuts both ways. Initially, it feels that it's somewhat useful, but I think quite quickly it could get dated, and that's the one piece that I'd consider around the extent that's being included in that application material and the examples. We could wake up tomorrow and it would look a little out of date.
Okay, Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. Similar themes in my comments, and similarly, I will send in some comments on the ED itself. On the definition of ATT, we also, that's in A2A Appendix 1, we also notice that it doesn't exactly align with the TCG's NAG that was already put out. And, throughout this standard, we end up having this conversation about, do things belong in the standard or do they belong elsewhere in the standard? We also notice elsewhere in the ISAs. There are inconsistencies between how ATT is defined and what was already included in ISA 315. And I'm recommending that we look at the PCAOB's approach, and I'll give you the exact reference for technology-assisted analysis rather than ATTs. Pulling that thread that both Diane and I talked about, I don't exactly know what an IAPN is, and I believe it hasn't been used in about 10 years. But maybe that's a place to go back to, since it's already in our process, to the point that we were making earlier. Let's not lose some of the really critical aspects that would improve performance, and maybe we could put something out that's at a little higher level than just your traditional non-authoritative guidance. And so then now back to 10A. It's maybe this, and this goes on the theme of maybe this requirement is misplaced in ISA 500. Maybe it's more important, maybe it's more appropriate in ISA 220 as part of the engagement partner's responsibility for the use of technological resources on the engagement. Same comment for 10A little a as Kai and Diane. And then 10AB, I'm not sure I exactly heard this point, but I'm not sure what the interplay between the firm's system of quality management and this paragraph is, and do we end up with an unintended consequences? And is the crossover and interoperability appropriate? 10C, it's the reference to the PCAOB's work in this area. And again, we'll send that in. And I think I am done with question 2. Thank you.
Kelly.
Thanks, Tom. So first of all, the one that many people mentioned, 10 big A, small b, and Sue, you mentioned that we don't have the power on if you have concern, but I just want to say, actually, I was quite comfortable with it. I thought that the application material A65F, you sort of make that, sort of clarify the interaction between RSQM 1 requirement, 220, and what we have here. And I thought that makes sense, but clearly, it's problematic from many people's perspective. So just have a look, but I just want to say, otherwise I was quite okay with it. A65E, I think Sachiko made a point around that. My point may be quite similar, but first of all, I thought A65E maybe should come first, because I think that set the context for the extent of work that is necessary. So I feel that it should come sort of like earlier rather than at the back. Plus also the examples that we have, maybe a little bit to Sachiko's point as well, but I thought you should have an example where this is for a more sort of lower grade procedure. For example, it's just for risk assessment potentially. So something to sort of have a variation over there. Last quick point, your paragraph 45 in the issues paper where you're talking about guidance to documentation, and just one bit on A, inputs. I thought maybe something that is missing is the procedures that perform on the inputs. But that's all, but otherwise quite supportive, and I like many of the materials that's been added. Thanks.
So I personally like the concept of having conditional requirements here too, but my biggest concern is we need application guidance as a backup to this high level principle requirement will be insufficient long term for our standards. And so this goes back to what our previous conversation. It's really hard to entirely address these paragraphs and the sufficiency of it without a longer term strategy. I could think about many possibilities here. Do we have a QM standard as it relates to the development of ATT? Do we have it just is something I can't fully recognize as a possible outcome until we have the assessment. So like I would really be careful about eliminating the concept of having some type of requirement in the standard, but I also want to do the work that we said we were going to do previously and be creative. I think was it Neil or I forgot who said is that be creative about what the possible tools we have in the toolkit, or Fernando may have said it. So we may have to be some innovative about what type of standard that would go along with this. So maybe a high level requirement in the standard's appropriate, but with something else to go alongside. I just don't know yet. And so I sort of put this in a holding pattern, recognize all the comments that we have, but this is my personal view, not the summary. I feel strongly that we go through the work here because we just haven't really tackled this issue. This is our first attempt to tackle this at a standard, and I would feel uncomfortable it being just the way it is without anything else. But I also like the fact that we're willing to tackle it in a standard. So.
Yeah.
So that's my position. I think you got a mix of views around the table. Some people were more cautious about having it. Some people were suggesting that we could do things in the interim. I think this is all informed by what we talked previously.
And actually, I was going to start with Julie's observation because this is what firms are building in practice. We did a relatively small sample, but it was enough to be pretty clear that there were procedures that were coming in. So that was where we started on. Josephine, I can't have said that much for you to jump in already. Oh, go on, they're far away.
I think that I just wanted to reiterate the point that it's fine to have this requirement if there is something really very different, and that's from the principle we already have, and others have said that. So I think when we last talked about this, when you last mentioned it in the paper, there was the comment I think at the end of the board discussion was to explore it. And it seems to me that we still have to explore it further. So if it can be presented and demonstrate that it is very different from what we're doing in the primary principle of relevance and reliability, etc., then that would make more sense to me. Thank you.
That's fine. And I think our thinking was around it being, similar to what we have in some of the other standards. There's a particular lens, and we I think we recognise that there are things that we can develop on there. But as I say, it was interesting when we were thinking about it that it is something that's happening in practice. It is responsive to ISQM1 and so on, and it is focused on the use of the particular tool or technique on the particular assignment. And I think some of us can remember back to the discussions we had on ISQM1, where one of the biggest concerns was around the kind of homegrown Excel spreadsheet that gets sent around the world and used for all sorts of things. And that's the kind of thing that we've been thinking of. So I think probably in summary, as you say, Tom, there's some there's a range of feedback. There's some good suggestions. I'm looking forward to seeing the offline suggestions as well, and we can work through that. But I think we felt that it was reflective of somebody said earlier the way things are done now. People are working completely differently, and to be at least reflective of that, I think is helpful. In terms of some of the other comments, yeah, sorry, the examples obviously we'll take away. Neil, you raised the comment about the amount of application material. We're conscious of that, and I think we have highlighted that the next exercise is to look a little bit at how we can streamline. And the other challenge you made was around the dating of the things potentially going out of date, and we have endeavoured to we've probably deliberately excluded a lot of the suggestions that we had that were definitely going to go out of date, and we've tried to keep the examples at a higher level. But that said, that's probably what somebody thought when they were writing about faxes when in some of the other standards. So I think that is going to be an ongoing challenge for us. And it's one of the reasons that we wanted to make sure we highlighted the need for other mechanisms for us to be able to provide other information. I think, Tom, probably those are the, particularly since I've got a nut stuck in my throat, those are probably going to be the ones I'm going to respond to. And we can maybe move on if that's okay.
Yeah. One of the things I would say on some of this, the work as it relates to ATT, we should look to other sectors on how they've regulated this. Like a lot of these issues have been very common in financial institution regulation in terms of model development and model risk and how prudential regulators are looking at it. I'm not saying that we have to adopt them, but it's not as if this hasn't been an issue in other regulated spaces as well. So, that's something as we look at our broader position paper that we should consider. Okay, I was stalling to give you the time for you to have some order to. All right, why don't we set up the next section? We're going to hit our break shortly, and then maybe break, and then we'll have the round afterwards.
Okay, so if we go to the next slide, then please. This is where we're coming in on definitions. So we've received some questions as to whether the definition of audit evidence as worded under that definition, whether there was a risk that the auditor could potentially ignore information that was relevant to the audit. We've revisited that concern and looked at the various strands that there are in the different standards. And we think that paragraph 14 of ED 500, together with paragraph 11 of ISA 230 and paragraph 37 of ISA 315, kind of collectively support the notion that the auditor can't ignore relevant information. That's probably far more eloquently explained in the issues paper than I've just done there. But we have gone back and looked at the different points at which that might occur. What we have done is in recognizing that could be sort of potentially read into something is that the introductory material we've enhanced there to really kind of set the notion and set the tone right at the beginning of the standard and the mindset around applying the 500. And then secondly, the definition was clarified in response to the feedback we had. There were comments in the exposure draft feedback around the phrase that we had used about to which audit procedures had applied, that could create some kind of perpetual loop and circularity. So we are suggesting replacing that with after applying audit procedures. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be on every single piece of information at the time. So Tom, that was really the setup that I just wanted to give for that section on definitions, and then we can pick that up.
Yeah, I just want to see how many people would like to come in on definitions. Raise your 10 cards now, and don't be bashful, so I'll see if we're going to continue. Okay, Sachiko, why don't we do this now? It doesn't seem like there's a lot of 10 cards being raised. Sachiko?
Thank you. I just have one comment. That is paragraph 4 big A, which is the introduction section that you added. About the second sentence, that say that accordingly the auditor may not ignore information relevant to the audit. And I think the phrase may not ignore information relevant to the audit could actually be interpreted as in certain situations, the auditor may ignore information even if it is important to the audit. So therefore, I think this sentence should be deleted to avoid such kind of unintended outcome. I think this is maybe addressed to address the concern on ignoring relevant information, but I think the first sentence of that paragraph and also other things that you already done already addressed the point. So I think it should be not needed. Thank you.
Okay, Kai.
As Sachiko, as I have also a comment to paragraph 4a. Both sentences in this paragraph are written in present tense. Like for me, as a hidden requirement, it seems to me that both sentences ought to be redrafted as requirements and placed in the requirements section. That's my comment because you expressed paragraph 4a. I have several comments, but we can address them later. What?
Several comments on the definition section,
Yeah,
or
to paragraph 7b, if it makes sense.
if it's in the definition, so
Yeah.
that's late. If it's 7b, yeah, it is. This is the time to address it.
Okay. So I go on to my comment to 7b. I'm not convinced that the changes from to what audit procedures have been applied to after applying audit procedure is an improvement, because it is not clear for me in the change wording that the audit procedures need to be applied to the information. I suggest retaining the wording as it was. I also believe that the new second sentence of 7b is not helpful, because the wording suggests that all audit procedures involve evaluating the relevance and reliability of the information, which begs the question of which information. I think what the task force was trying to say is that evaluating the relevance and reliability of information to be used as audit evidence is an audit procedure. I suggest that the second sentence be revised in that way. That's all, Tom. Thanks.
Thank you. Wendy?
I actually have similar comments thank you, Tom, to 4A and 7b. But the only difference to Sachiko's is I was going to recommend moving that second sentence to application material. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on definitions? Okay, Josephine.
Sue, I actually really like what you did here, so I just want to offer my support for the definition. Thank you.
Very, very encouraging, Josephine. So
I think we should draw a line there, because we could go away happy, which was our goal from yesterday, wasn't it? And I wasn't sure we were going to hit that at any point in this session. So I think the people that have feedback, you've got suggestions on wording. Maybe if you can send those through, that would be helpful. The task force can take a look at them. Kai, I note your preference for the previous wording, but we had a lot of comments around that. So I think that isn't that is obviously not meeting the needs of the people that have commented. So that's fine. Thanks.
okay, I think this is a good place to pause. We'll break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30, and we'll finish the rest of this paper. I think we've made good progress. So thank you, good discussion. And back at 1:30. Okay, we need to get back to work here because we'll have a guest joining us at 3:30. Okay. Sue, I think we're ready to get back to work. We just finished up definitions, if I remember right. So I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. So Michelle, if we can go on 2 slides, please, onto the one with relevance and reliability of information. That's it, brilliant. Okay, so I've just highlighted on the slide the changes that again are summarized in the issues paper. So for the attributes of relevance and reliability, we have endeavoured to clarify the thresholds for when an attribute is significant in the circumstances, and added new application material to explain significance in response to the feedback we had before. When we were considering the threshold, we did sort of reflect back and on the enhancements to paragraph 10, when combined with those in paragraph 9, we believe is a stronger approach with the work effort from the auditor is required to do when the attributes are significant. So we also think that responds to comments that the attributes shouldn't be taken as a checklist when evaluating relevance and reliability, and it clarifies the work effort and documentation expectations for when an attribute is important for evaluating reliability, which is the focus of paragraph 9. So we also have in there material to provide more clarity on documentation expectations. We have reinstated the requirement to evaluate the appropriateness of a management expert's work, which was something we had feedback from, particularly from the regulatory community. We have split the requirement for where there are doubts about relevance or reliability to separately address what the further actions would be. Because if in the relevance case that there may not be an action, or the actions may be different. So that summarizes the section. As I say, the section in the issues paper, I think, sets out the various sections. So if we go on to the next slide, please, that's the questions for the board, please, on the feedback on the material in relation to relevance and reliability in paragraphs 9, 10, 12A. Thank you.
Okay. Relevance and reliability. Josephine?
I'm sorry, Sue, you know, probably already know what I'm going to say about this. We did raise this point in September that this is significantly lowering the bar in my view, and I'm really not supportive of this change. In fact, I think in my mind, it's a fatal flaw. And I think it will lead to potentially some attributes actually not being considered appropriately or even at all when they are actually relevant in the circumstances. I mean, previously we had including as necessary, obtaining audit evidence about those attributes. And so that wording has always been there and people have been comfortable in applying that wording. So I think that as well, again, with some misconception here, there's a requirement in all circumstances for all attributes, and it just isn't. It's down to judgment. And I think we were perfectly fine where we were before. And as I say, I'm really disappointed to see that coming in, and I think it's really lowered the bar. Thank you.
Kai?
Thanks, Tom. My first comment refers to paragraphs 9 and 10. I very much support the replacement of the word applicable with significant for the reasons mentioned. In paragraph 10, there's, in my view, some confusion between singular and plural on the attributes. I think using the singular at the end, for example, relating to that attribute, would be appropriate. And then I have a second comment relating to paragraph A45. I'm concerned with the addition of the first bullet point in the example after paragraph A45, because it may provide more fuel to entity laws who support the view that data privacy law supersede laws requiring management to provide all evidence needed by the auditor, whereas auditors take a different view. I believe the IAASB should refrain from making this kind of statement so that it is not used as a source with regards to conflicts of laws. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Sachika.
Thank you. With regard to the requirements, I like the task force proposal. I think that is responsive to the feedback received to the exposure draft. And I only have one comment on application material, which is on A42. The fourth example in the box, because I think the fourth example in the paragraph A42 become for me hard to understand with the revision, because by this revision there are too many elements in one example. For example, override of log files versus machine learning technologies, and also the possibility of performing audit procedures at different date, rendering different outcome versus the information not being relevant. So it would be very helpful if the task force look at that and revisit the example and make it easier to understand. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you. Sue, I'm in the same place as Sachiko. I thought what you'd done there in working through the requirements was responsive to what we heard. I'll save my comment on 9B, but also supportive of 9B when we get there, because I think the attention that we wanted to draw to accuracy and completeness is there with what you've got. One thing on paragraph 12, I know we talked about this before, but I wasn't sure we really needed to split that into two, but I know the board's provided you different feedback on that point, but I think the nuance there is not that great, and just it may or may not need both requirements, but I'll leave that where it is. The new material in 12 big A, this is where you have doubts about the relevance and reliability of information, and that might be an indicator that you have a risk of material misstatement due to fraud. I like the connection with fraud. You won't be surprised by that, but we wondered a little bit around when you're dealing with external information, how that might work. So if you think about doubts about relevance in an extra piece of external information, would that actually be something you would think about with a fraud lens? So maybe just something for your task force to think about. Definitely believe that from internally generated information, that would be where you would think about that. But does that also make sense for external information was the question.
Diane?
So this section for me, it's about the words and the nuances of some of the words that have been changed. So I'm in the camp, of the 9B where I don't like significant. And the reason to me, when I look at this, is I think relevance and reliability are always applicable. It's just a question as to how much work you need to do over those, but I don't want to lose that stop and think about relevance and reliability. Again, the level of work effort may be different, and that's maybe the scalable. To me, significant implies that the auditor, if they decide it's not significant, they don't have to do anything. And I'm just nervous that seems a little too cut and direct. The second one that I had a comment on was 12A. And again, this is a word. 12A, we talk about determine whether modifications or additions to audit procedures are possible. Yeah, I don't really like possible either. I liked would be required to resolve the doubts about the relevance. So there were a couple places. I'll also, as I did, I said in my comments, I have a number of edits then to the application material that works with both these paragraphs. And again, it's all about the nuances of those words, possible, significant, some of the word choices. And that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? To me, also just reflecting, this would be one change if we were going to go ahead with significant. I think we would need significant regulatory dialogue on this one. I just feel like this is front and center on a type of topic that the regulators were really concerned about. And so, as I said, I'll let the board's comments speak for themselves, but it seems to me, from a public interest perspective, we would definitely need to engage with regulators before we're going to make this change. Anyone else here? Okay, Sue, back to you.
Thanks. And I mean, as has been consistently the case through this section, there's obviously mixed feedback. If at any point anybody does just, you know, in your bath of an evening or something like that, have a word that comes to mind that represents, you know, something that is on that scale, that would be really helpful. We've certainly worked through all sorts of options, and I think what we're trying to capture is that there is a kind of scale of applicability. That, you know, the attributes are applicable to some degree or another. So we've had a number of suggestions, but we will obviously continue to reflect on that. And Tom, your point about, you know, interacting with people is obviously very important.
So like, I just want to try to get a sense of the board here, because I want to know where we are on this point, because then you're going to be this mixed views, and is it a evenly divided board, or those who want to go ahead with significant with some consultation? I certainly heard Diane and Josephine express strong reservations about the change to significant. I heard others who were okay with some context. I want to figure out how many people share Diane and Josephine's concerns, because I think it's only fair for you as a task force later today. Is like, where is this a big point on the standard? How divided? Because Josephine used the word, this may be a fatal flaw for her. Diane, even though she'll only be a staff member by the time we get back to this next, has expressed a strong reservation. Anyone else is sort of in the Josephine and Diane camp? Isabel?
Yes, I didn't want to provide detailed comments on the wording because we don't know exactly where we go on this project. But on the specific question that is raised, I felt uncomfortable with the word significant. I have not done a lot of research, but I was afraid that there could be unintended consequences of using significant in another context. But so I was uncomfortable. It was not a fatal flaw, but probably a little bit more work to do on that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else here? I guess you had two. I want to let people speak. I happen to be worried that there may be somewhere else other than, there may be some other threshold word to use, or something like something in my mind. I don't know whether it's even possible here, is like sort of more of a spectrum approach we've used in 315, but that's why I would suggest that we would need to certainly have a discussion about this with regulators at the very least. Billy?
Yeah, Tom, I just wanted to come in on this. I think the other thing, and the task force did flag this in the issues paper as well. This was also a concern that was raised by CAG. And you know what, when these things start coming up, you know it's not going to go away. So we need to resolve it. I must say, I'm actually in the camp that where I think it's not wrong to try and use significant in this context, because I think significant, as we define it in our glossary, can be used in different contexts. It's defined as the relative importance of something in the context. But I think what we are trying to search for, and Sue, as you've indicated in the issues paper, the task force went through various options. And I wonder if it's maybe useful to say, are we are we all at least in agreement with the point we are trying to get to? And it's just finding the right words to describe that point we're trying to get to. Because in my mind, when I sort of just step back and said, okay, forget about all technical language and all of that, just what are we trying to do here? And in my mind, what we really are trying to do is we're saying, in making this evaluation of whether the information is relevant and reliable, there are certain things you need to consider. You need to consider where the information is coming from, and you need to consider these attributes. And are we not just trying to say that, given the circumstances, there are, in specific circumstances, there are certain attributes that are just clearly not in question. They're not significant. You are worried about those attributes that are likely to represent a threat to the reliability of the information. And it is those attributes that when you get to the next requirement, you need to do something to support those attributes. And so I don't know what the word is, but at least if we all agree that that is what we're trying to get to, it's just that what are those attributes given the circumstances that you need to support because they may represent threats to the reliability of the information.
Josephine, you're Richard. Diane?
And Willie, I agree with you. I guess, again, as I said, what I'm most concerned about is we start the 9 off by saying they shall evaluate the relevance and reliability. Fine. But then we kind of go against that and we say the auditor shall consider the attributes. So I feel like B is causing you that when you go back to the lead-in, which was I shall evaluate, if I determine it's not significant, does that imply I do nothing? And that's what I'm most concerned about. I appreciate the scalable. It's fact. You may do more work depending on who's giving you what audit procedures relate to a fraud risk, significant risk. I get all that. I don't want people to maybe read that too literally and say, you know what, it's not significant, and move on. And that's, as long as there's some sort of, stopgap, because that's what I'm most worried about as a drive-by, is just saying, it's not relevant, move on, I don't have to do anything. So.
Josephine?
And yes, that's almost exactly what I'm worried about as well, which I feel that the if you like, the spectrum piece is something that can be dealt with in how you apply the requirement, the attributes of relevance and reliability that are applicable in the circumstances. That sits in the back, and that's where we should be doing that spectrum and thinking about that and understanding what is going to be more likely in a circumstance than another. And so yes, whereas significant, to Diane's point, then pulls you back and contradicts what we're actually trying to achieve. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call it Ada because he probably has a reaction to that.
Well, yes, and I do think that I was thinking initially that Josephine's observations were of a different scale than Diane's, and I appreciate the spectrum, and I maybe, and we need to find the right words. I was thinking helped by my TA, because I think what we're talking about is the significance of the attribute, and that we can draw out more clearly.
Okay. Thank you. Chun-Wei?
No, I didn't raise my card earlier because I was actually supportive of where the task force has landed in terms of the wording. I mean, I thought it's clear that you have to look into relevance, you have to look into reliability. It's just that where do you focus on? And therefore the point about significance of the attribute that you need to look into. And that taken together with the application material and just reading, how the task force actually got to this point, I was very comfortable and I was supportive. So I just want to put that out, but I am hearing all the concerns have been raised and definitely open to the task force exploring different wording. I thought the whole thought process that Willie gone through earlier was helpful as well. Thanks.
Okay, I think we have some more convergence here. It's a question of how do we articulate that, express that appropriately. Philippe? Yeah.
Probably you remember that in September, I think my predecessor, Janine, stressed this point. And I just want to remind you of the position of the PIOB on that. As Tom said, probably this point requires some discussion with regulators because, and it's mainly a question of wording, if I understand you, because we are in a context of increasing work effort, and that gives the impression that, that could open the possibility, because it's significant, not to work on the specific attribute, which is the contrary of what is, looked after. So probably the wording is key in that respect, so that, a reader, and notably an external reader, can immediately understand that the update was done, with a spirit of improving and increasing attention on this point. So the use of the word significant is such that it's systematically understood as a sort of threshold under which, you don't do anything because you consider this not significant. So I just want to draw your attention on that, and on the public visibility of this sort of wording, because I think that from a public interest standpoint, it's something which is understood and very sensitive.
Okay, thanks, Philippe. And I think that's something we captured and sort of was a sentiment that I reflected in my comments. But clearly, whatever we do, we need to consult and work with our regulatory partners on this. So
yeah, no, that's very helpful, and thank you all for the feedback, and particular thanks to Jamie for who was a member of the task force to start off with. So if there's things there, I mean, we have consistently struggled with the wording. There must be a word out there somewhere that that doesn't undermine, because the intention is very much around reinforcing and actually, some of the actions were because the feedback we were getting was that the existing wording was driving a kind of checklist approach. It wasn't thinking, it wasn't going to improve quality. So, but anyway, I think we have plenty of feedback there to continue to reflect on. I don't think, Tom, there's anything else to come back on. That was a fairly
I don't think
discussion, so thank you for that. Okay, shall I move on? Yeah, okay, so we're still in sorry, I've managed to foul up my notes. Okay, conditional requirement for completeness and accuracy. So we've got on the slide here again the key proposals, which was around retaining the essential material that in paragraph 9, which was option 1 that we discussed in September 23, and reducing or addressing the circularity point in paragraph 10 by replacing the phrase obtain audit evidence with perform audit procedures. The key change in paragraph 10 is the requirement to perform audit procedures for those attributes that are significant in the circumstances. And that, I think it's important that we read that in conjunction with paragraph 9 as well. So, and those significant attributes could be one or more of any of the ones, not just accuracy and completeness. So again, we think that's a more robust requirement, because it calls out performing audit procedures on the specific attributes, not necessarily just the 2 that have been previously named. And we also think it aligns with the more principles-based approach around thinking about the attributes of reliability. So I think with that, we've probably sort of started some of the conversation on this piece in any event. But the next question is around the feedback on the conditional requirements.
Okay, question 5 here. Kai.
Tom, thanks. Refer my comment to paragraph 9 little b. I'm not in favor of the introduction of the second sentence as drafted because, as noted in the application material, information from sources internal to the entity may be used for risk identification and assessment, and therefore the attributes of accuracy and completeness may not be significant. Indeed, such risk identification and assessment procedures might be used to consider problems with accuracy and completeness. If the second sentence is retained, then it needs to be limited to substantive procedures, including substantive analytical procedures. That's all. That's my comment. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Sue? I think Philippe's, that's a stray card.
Is it okay? Philippe, I was just checking your card is up. I didn't know.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
That's good. I figured it was a straight card, but okay, bye.
Okay, good. Well, thank you, because that's been something that we've been working on quite a lot, the conditional requirement. Excellent. So let's move on to the next slide, please. And this is, I think, professional skepticism, yes. And so obviously this is one of the key things we've been working on. We have included more new guidance and examples to enhance the exercise of professional skepticism. We have incorporated more linkages to fraud, specifically for authenticity and bias. And we have looked at the application of professional skepticism when applying the standard. I referenced earlier about the automation bias piece. We had feedback on the consultation that we were perhaps a little bit negative, so we've been more balanced. But obviously, we'll pick up the feedback we've had previously around whether that's suggesting something that we're not looking to. We have enhanced the introductory material to set the appropriate mindset when applying the standard. So looking to address the concern that the auditor might potentially ignore information that was relevant to the audit. And we've obviously already discussed that. And then we will continue the coordination with people like IAASB and others for looking at continuing further enhancements on skepticism. So Tom, that was it on skepticism. If we turn to the next slide, that's the question there, looking for feedback on that area.
Diane?
Barely got my card up. So this only one comment, Sue, and this is just something to think about in A56G. And by the way, I was happy with pretty much all the application material, but A56G is what was the paragraph that made me hit pause and say, how do we weave in here situations where the company does not have effective controls over IT? And it's because you've got included in the sentence this concept where controls are not operating effectively. So that, I think, provides you a little bit of a jumping off point. Obviously, even under the first bullet, on the example you have obtaining an understanding of controls, we could even expand that to say, you know, the result of any testing of those controls. So I think you've kind of set yourself up for some discussion that could connect to the extent of work that you have to do when you're dealing with challenging authenticity. Thanks.
Kai?
Thanks, Tom. Very brief comment with respect to paragraph A88A. I know that the first sentence is just mostly a repetition of the definition of professional skepticism and therefore could be deleted. The second sentence is written in present tense in such a way that it represents a hidden requirement. If this statement is so important, then it should be redrafted as a requirement and moved to that section. If not, then it needs to be redrafted as guidance. Thanks.
Isabel, was that the point you were about to make? I saw your car was up. Okay. Okay, I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Diane, that's helpful. And Kai, obviously that's consistent with the comment you made earlier on as well. So we'll look at that. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. Other matters. So we have here, you know, kind of summary of the other things that we've done throughout the draft standard. We've done a lot of work on things like streamlining the application material, recognize that there is obviously still more to come on this, but streamlining particularly to the introduction, improving the readability, and on the things like moving the selection of items for testing has been moved to Appendix 2, which allows a bit more opportunity to be a bit more expansive there. We have done work on the emphasis that the ED 500 applies to all audit procedures when planning and performing an audit, which was something we were asked to clarify after the last meeting. And we have enhancements to emphasize that an audit procedure can serve more than one purpose. And again, that's in response to feedback that we received. So those are the sort of key remaining points to draw to the board's attention. So if we go on to the next slide, that's just a request there for any feedback on that remaining piece.
Okay, question 7. Isabel.
Yeah, it may be a minor point. It's on paragraph 4A, so which is in the introduction section, and the second sentence reads really strange. So I fully acknowledge that we cannot have a shall in an introduction section, but saying that the auditor may not ignore information relevant to the audit that comes to the auditing attention, including information that calls into question the reliability. It's a little bit weak because he cannot ignore. So maybe we have to find another way of saying it, or make reference to such a requirement somewhere else in another standard. But we seem to say that they may, but they may not. And I think they have to. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, that suggests that directionally we're okay here.
And Isabel, that this is obviously a function of the CUSP principles. So you know, before you leave, we'll have to have a word with the CUSP police and see what we can come up with. Okay.
Isabel is coming back as our CUSP conscious.
Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, Michelle, if we can go on 2 slides, I think we've got a way forward. Oh, sorry, no, that was it. It was only one. That's it. Perfect. So we've got a way forward slide there. I mean, clearly the discussions we've had over the last 2 days will impact the project. But I do want to flag though that there is still work remaining as a result of the responses we've had to the ED. So we will be looking at closing some of those off, I think, and then obviously you know, continuing the engagement and making sure that the intelligence, the feedback that we've received and what have you feeds in constructively as we start to work on developing the scoping for the integrated project and technology. So Tom, I think that's it from us.
Okay, any other comments on audit evidence? Before I close this matter off, Jim, any perspective after our CAG meetings and what you heard here?
Right, and we talked about audit evidence, or the task force presented audit evidence to us in our September meeting, and option 1 and option 2, and pretty consistent with the comments. Our response was pretty consistent with the comments here. There was some diversity of opinion between option one and option two, but there was a caution to think about how it may be regarded on the regulatory front, which is actually consistent with what Philippe just said. So I just that's what's stuck with me when I was thinking back to our September meeting.
Okay. Philippe, you shared some of your perspective, which is pretty consistent with PIOB, public interest issues, but anything else you'd like to share with us on this topic? Okay, thank you, Philippe. Okay, I think we're ready to close this session on audit evidence. Thank you very much. There was a lot of different strands out there, and I think you guys did a really nice job in helping to allow us to advance some of the concepts on the project and help get us ahead on the next stages. My next question is to Billy. We are gonna close, and we can't reconvene to 3:30 because GRI is joining us, and there are time zone issues. They're already making a lot of accommodations for the Australian time zone at 3:30 today. So we'll reconvene at 3:30. But Billy, could you let us know where we are on receiving drafts of the approval documents?
No, I think they should be they should go out fairly quickly. I'm sort of looking at I think the one is it's just a quick check that needs to be done. So I think within the next 15 minutes or so, they would go out.
Okay, so that would give some of you time to start the reading. Remember, tomorrow morning we do have further reading time and an opportunity to gauge the groups that are responsible for putting forward the proposals for approval. Also, but a head start never hurts. Anyone else have anything to raise? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 3:30 today. Thank you. Okay, so just heads up, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Have our colleagues from the GRI started to log in yet? Everyone should have the updated documents for approval for tomorrow. So check your emails. That's assuming you connect to the Wi-Fi quickly enough. Julie's sighing, which suggests maybe not.
You know.
Julie, are you going to vote yes on for? You're gonna have a conversation in the mirror.
I wonder if we've ever had that where a chair's voting against the.
Hi, Bashan. Hi, Carol. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
See you.
Nice to see you all. Well, first of all, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you and great to have Bashan you back and Carol here with our board. Again, it's really important, our collaboration and interaction with GRI. As you know, from the very start, we've written a framework neutral sustainability assurance standard, and clearly, while we're framework neutral, we look to the major frameworks that are in this world, and GRI is certainly one of them. We've also very much appreciated your willingness to work with us over the last year or so. So thank you. It's great to have you here. We have an hour reserved for our interaction with you, and so I'm gonna not waste much time, but I'll hand it over to you and you can present. But certainly we want to welcome a dialogue over this hour.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for having us. And likewise, we also very much appreciate the collaboration. Particularly glad to see your emphasis on standard neutral and profession agnostic approach, and note that that's encouraged by IOSCO. I will kick off and then hand over to Sebastian fairly quickly. We've given you a lot of material. We won't go into it all in detail because, like you, we'd also like to reserve time for discussion. Thank you. So next slide, please. So this is briefly what the slide deck covers that we'll touch upon. The work program, we are scheduled to approve our biodiversity topic and mining sector standard later today. That, of course, then needs to go to the due process oversight committee and planning to launch that early next year. We have a public consultation open on our climate change and energy topic standards, and as Bastian will demonstrate, there are quite a lot of disclosures required in there, which are significant impacts for many organizations that are not covered in other frameworks or standards. I'll then talk briefly about our collaboration with IFRIS and EFRAG, and some policy developments, and so on. So next slide, please. And the next one. Thank you. So this is the GRI system of standards. So the universal standards cover the principles in GRI standards, the disclosures that are required about specific reporting organizations. Now this one in GRI 2, this includes a disclosure on the assurance that an organization has undertaken. So it requires organizations to disclose what has been assured, so the information and the processes that have been assured, and the assurance standards that have been used. Now, anything in the universal standards are required disclosures for an organization reporting in accordance with GRI standards. So this is in effect mandatory for in accordance with reporters. And we have a high level of assurance against GRI standards according to IFAC research that I'm sure you're aware of. GRI 3 includes the disclosures on how an organization has determined its most significant impacts and what those most significant impacts are. And it provides guidance on the approach to determining those most significant impacts. So this is, if you like, the most detailed guidance on that. This process and the disclosures in GRI 2 are required in ESRS mostly. So the process is almost all the disclosures in GRI 2 are also required in ESRS, and I'll come back to that later. Then there's the sector standards, which we are developing as fast as we can, and hopefully ahead of the European Union and EFRAG. These are standards which go into some detail on the sustainable development context of different sectors and include what are the most significant impacts that we've identified for different sectors. And they draw on the topic standards where appropriate. And we are updating a number of those, as Bastian will explain later. Next slide, please. So the work program gives our priority areas. Bastian is going to go into some of the details of this in a moment. So it includes updating topic standards, developing new sector standards, translations, the digital taxonomy, and developing various bits of guidance. And of course, there's a substantial amount of our time is now taken up working with other standard setting bodies, national standard setters, as well as the IAASB and EFRAG. Next slide, please. And this is just the statement that's in the work program about our collaboration with other bodies. So this has been approved by the GSSB. So this is where we're at with these collaborations officially and agreed, and I'll provide more detail of that later on. And the next slide, please. Thank you, and I'll hand over to Bastian now and come back in later.
Thank you, Carol, and also thank you from me for the invitation to speak to you again about our work on the GRI standards. So I will home in on some of the projects that we're currently running to give you an idea on the scope of standard setting activity, but also highlight a couple of the interventions that we've been working on at GRI to explain GRI's standard setting activity in context of a very fast-moving and developing space. For the topic standards that Carol has outlined earlier as an essential element of our system of standards, We are about to release a reviewed and renewed biodiversity standard. We are also working on a whole host of other standards. When I was with you presenting to you earlier in the year, I did mention that we have more than 30 topic standards under management in existence, and we're currently reviewing close to 20 of them in different projects. We have a project that is focused on the labor-related and labor rights-related standards. In the first phase, we look at employment, remuneration, and working time, training and education, and control of work. We will continue then to look at the ILO-related conventions and topics: diversity and equal opportunity, non-discrimination, freedom of association, child labor, forced labor, and supplier assessment. This package of work has been ongoing for a while, and it will result in a review of 9, probably even more, of our existing standards, with an eye to the labor contents. And we're mentioning it today because as of 24, we will see a public exposure for this work. For the climate change and energy-related standards that we already have in the GI system, we've, on the back of the developments internationally with the colleagues at the IAASB, but also with regulators, importantly at the ESRS and EFRAG, we have reviewed our climate-related standard, and I'll dive into that in a bit more detail in a moment. We're currently out for public exposure, and this will span into February and until the end of February next year. We've started very recently a project to review all our economic impact related standards. This is the project that will commence with an expert working group process in the first quarter of 2024, and will run in 3 phases. It will actually probably take us well into 26 to complete altogether, with the hope that we can look at public exposure first contents in 25. And last but not least, also work on pollution. This is on the back of regulatory developments, both in the disclosure space, but also more broadly on the subject matter, and legacy contents that we will bring together from our emissions and effluents and waste standards that we've reviewed recently. Next slide, please. Next up in the pipeline, so to speak, for topic standards, most of the remaining standards that we haven't reviewed in a while. Indigenous people and local community related content, security practices, customer impacts, and we will also look to circularity and materials, as well as procurement practices. But this is well, at least in standard setting terms, more distant future. We hope to get to these contents over the course of the year 25. Next slide, please. Earlier in the year, I reflected on an addition to our standards, the sector standards and the pilot projects that we've run. We are about to complete the 4th sector standard, and we've started mid-year our work on the financial services, a sector standard on banking, capital markets, and insurance. And we've also recently taken a decision to expedite work on textiles in apparel. So we're working our way slowly but surely through a considerable agenda of standard setting over the coming years. There are more than 40 sector standards that we have identified so far. We're picking up pace also there with the work, in particular on the financial service that will be very substantive. Next slide. For the mining standard, that will be released in the first quarter of 24, and we expect towards the end of next year to go for public exposure with the financial services related standards. Next slide, please. Where we've started research beyond the standard setting agenda, these are new subjects or related subjects where we haven't formed an opinion on whether this will eventually result in specific standard setting activity, either on the topic or sector level. We're doing research into the public sector reporting and the use of the GI standards by the public sector. So a significant number of public sector organizations that use the GI standard in different ways already for their reporting. We will look at digitization, data protection, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and privacy as an umbrella project, and we're doing research in that space to see whether it warrants work on a topic standard. And we're looking at the issue of international humanitarian law. Stakeholders have come to the GSB and repeatedly flagged issues around operating in conflict zones, among other things. And we're looking at how we can include this also in future work program. Next slide, please. Also previewed earlier in the year, I had mentioned that we're looking into creating a taxonomy, an actuarial taxonomy for the GI standards. This has continued the work on this, and we hope to be able to issue a taxonomy in the coming year. For us, it is very important that it is interoperable with the work that is happening by regulators and, importantly, also the colleagues at the IFRS Foundation. So we pay particular attention to this. It's a very comprehensive taxonomy just by the sheer volume of standards that we've issued, more than 40 standards that need to be represented here. So it has taken a fair bit of time on the technical side, but also of institutionally of GI overall. And we will venture now, and Carol will speak to that also in relation to the reporting landscape, into developing guidance to identify risks and opportunities that arise from impacts. We believe that it is critical that there is guidance provided about the link between impact-focused disclosure and sustainable development related disclosure at large, and the financial risks and opportunities that flow from those impacts. And we've identified this as a key project for the coming year. Next slide. Well, this is only to say that the GSB is, of course, in an ongoing process of reviewing priorities, and we will issue an addendum to the work program that we've agreed and now presented also to you with the priorities for next year. We'll be looking at budget allocation and resourcing, and that will be confirmed early next year. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight a couple of aspects around our ongoing public consultation. Also, as I said earlier, to mention interventions and contributions that we're making to clarify GI's role in the reporting landscape. So next slide, please. With the climate standards, we have reviewed existing contents on climate or emission, more specifically, and energy that we have in the GI standards already. And we've done that with an eye on the work that the colleagues at the IAASB have originated, with the work that has importantly happened in the context of the European regulation, but also other regulatory proposals in a whole host of countries that are focused on climate change disclosure, whether that's the US, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. And we've involved all these parties to seek feedback into what a global standard that is reflective of the impact and sustainable development side that focus on significant impacts of business activity, what this should be reflecting. And what you see in our public exposure draft is that this climate change related standard that is the focus of this effort is homing in on the social impacts of climate change and just transition. It is reflecting on impacts of climate change in context of biodiversity. It looks specifically at progress made in reduction targets. It highlights transition and adaptation plans. And we're looking quite deeply at the agenda of carbon credits and GHG removals that have been highlighted also considerably during the COP discussions lately. These subjects, I think the last ones have, of course, particular relevance also in an insurance context. The carbon credits and the related markets will, of course, have particular attention. A, because assurance is oftentimes focused on climate disclosure, and B, the validity and credibility of the disclosure and the underlying activity actually will be paramount going forward. We've also reviewed our energy-related standard, and again against also the backdrop of the COP decisions just earlier today, where the doubling in energy efficiency has been well proclaimed, and hopefully this is where we are moving to. The energy standard enables organizations to report on these efficiency measures, and importantly also the second big target that has been proclaimed, the renewable energy sourcing and transition towards renewable energy and phasing out of fossil fuels. Next slide, please. This gives you an overview of the standard. What you see is a combination of established disclosures in the emission space. This is where the global alignment is, whether that's with regulatory activity or with the work that the colleagues at the IAASB have done. We are all basing our work on the GHG accounting methodologies originated by WRI and WBCSD. And we're focusing our disclosures, much like the colleagues, on these methodologies. But we're complementing this with disclosures in the area of carbon credits, removals, the emission intensity, and then the social side of things, the just transition plans for climate change mitigation and adaptation, and also importantly, the emission reduction targets in context of the international norms. And for the energy standard, this has been largely a review. These contents exist already for quite some years, but we've highlighted there also the nexus between policies and commitments that companies are making, and then demonstrating energy consumption over time and energy intensity, and as well as reduction targets. Next slide, please. I use this project now to explain how we look at GI reporting and how it sits in the broader context of developments. Of course, we have a space where there are very many actors, so instruments that inform transparency and corporate reporting. Then we have a range of disclosure expectations formulated on the global and then the regional or jurisdictional level. And we have also a whole host of institutions, we mentioned here CDP and World Benchmark Alliance, that focus their attention on the evaluation of the transparency exercise and making data available. And all of these players are an integral part of our processes, and we've invested heavily to build on the good work that has been done by others. This has always been our approach, and look at true complementarity, so that we're striving for alignment where possible, and identifying those things that in the different perspectives which are important to our mission, the disclosure on the impacts on people, economy, and environment, that this perspective is covered in conjunction with the overall reporting system. Next slide, please. And we've included in your slide deck an example also of work that we do to illuminate the differences between both the instruments and different reporting frameworks. So there is on our website available an overview of the disclosures in our new standards and our exposure draft in comparison to the S2, the colleagues of the IAASB, the TCFD, the CDP reporting, the ESRS, and importantly. And we're giving preparers, but I think also the audit and insurance profession an overview of how disclosures overlap, where to find different types of contents, and also the complementarity of the efforts. We can now fast forward a couple of slides. Wanted to highlight one further. So there's all background information on the approach. Yeah, I wanted to quickly cover two things still on upcoming launches. Next slide, please. We've done significant work, and I previewed this also with you earlier in the year on the issue of biodiversity. The launch of this standard is coming closer. Tomorrow, there's approval of the standards board. Our due process oversight committee will look at this standard in January. What is very important, and we can maybe advance one more slide here. Sorry, one more. Also here, we're trying to look at the alignment and complementarity with other players. So we're acknowledging the work that has been done under the jurisdictional efforts by EFRAG. We're acknowledging the work of the colleagues at the IFRS under S1. And at the same time, we're building on processes, and in this context, importantly, the process of TNFD, that have been a close partner in developing this disclosure standard. Everything is developed against the backdrop of the convention in the background, the Global Biodiversity Framework, and this is really the anchoring, the routing for our standards work at all points in time, the international instruments, the underlying instruments, and then initiatives that organize themselves around it. Then maybe one more mentioning from my end on an upcoming launch, and that is 2 slides, I think, further in the deck. Yeah, sorry, one back. Apologies. Yes, so we're issuing our 4th sector standard. It will be on mining. This standard is also going for approval tomorrow with the standards board, and then with the due process oversight in January. What you see is another basic materials related sector covered by GRI, with deep analysis of the sector context and a very holistic view on the likely material topics for a particular sector. As I had explained and Carol emphasized earlier, our sector standards lay out a range of likely material topics and enable the assessment of these topics as part of the determination of material topics that is for which we also provide guidance in the GI standards. We also bring quite a number of additional reporting elements specific to the sector, include also mine site, so operations level reporting of individual operations in this standard. And yeah, it will focus on 25 likely material topics, and we expect to launch it in February, and the 10 languages will become available over the next 6 months. I pause here and hand back to Carol for the context of the reporting landscape.
Thank you, Bastian. And could we move on a couple of slides, please? Thank you. And the next one. So we are meeting with the IAASB on a monthly basis with representation from the IAASB. Richard Barker is our key point of contact there, and we meet with technical staff also. In between that, the technical teams have been meeting largely at the moment to discuss this reconciliation of greenhouse gas disclosures under GRI 305 and the disclosures under IFRS S2. And the purpose of this is to help those organizations already reporting their greenhouse gas emissions under GRI 305 to also report under IFRS S2. We met with the IAASB members and their board in November. Bastian and I were there in person. Our vice chair was there online. There was quite a bit of discussion around assurance, actually, and that discussion on our presentation is on their website if you're interested to hear the discussion on assurance. So this is, the sort of ongoing work has been on this emissions reconciliation, which we hope will be finally out soon. There's been quite a lot of toing and froing on not really the technical element, but the pieces that go around that. And then, of course, there needs to be further discussion about how this interoperability that the IAASB also has talked about quite a lot, how that will actually work in practice. So really just to emphasize here some points of difference. In GRI 1, we define sustainable development using the Brundtland definition of sustainable development. And in GRI standards, we explicitly say that sustainability is about sustainable development. And we use the term sustainability interchangeably with sustainable development. So that is how a lot of reporting organizations now will understand this term sustainability as being sustainable development. And that's quite relevant to our input to your consultation, which I will get to in a moment. Next slide, please. And then with IFRAG, we have just signed an additional MOU, which brings deeper ties on the standard setting approach. So there is a recognition that we need global harmonization, and the EU has, the GRI has worked with IFRAG really from the start, before my time. And this is why there is a high level of alignment between GRI standards and ESRS. We have deepened those ties going forward, and in particular are going to work very closely on sector standards. So there is a recognition and an acknowledgement on their side that the GRI standards are the global standards, that we set standards that are applicable globally and appropriate for a global audience. And the European Union and IFRAG, as with any other jurisdictional and national standard setter, are adapting those as appropriate for the European Union. And so that's quite significant. As Bastian said, we have 4 sector standards out already, which we expect to be the starting point of the EU's work on sector standards. And we are currently also in the process of developing 3 different sector standards for financial services, covering capital markets, insurance, and banking. And those will be our next focus. So the next slide, please. The statement on interoperability is on our website and the IFRAG website. And so this shows how and where GRI disclosures are incorporated into ESRS. And if you look at this document, the grey areas are the bits where it's not yet in ESRS standards. So there is very close alignment. So an organization reporting using ESRS, and we're expecting this to apply to, I think, around 50,000 organizations, where it will be mandatory, would not have much more to do to report in accordance with GRI standards, and will already meet the disclosure requirements for reporting with reference to GRI standards. So the next slide, please. And this is just showing a bit more detail of how this works. You can see this a little bit better. So the GRI disclosures and then the ESRS disclosures with any explanation where there's any usually slight differences, and then the greyed out bit are where the GRI standards are not included in ESRS 1. This bit here is the disclosures in GRI 2. Now, it's perhaps important to stress that these disclosures here in GRI 2 are about encouraging change within organizations. So there are disclosures around the integration of sustainable development within strategy and within policy, within remuneration policy, for example, and also that and the governance as well, and also that disclosure around assurance. So these are disclosures which we see are critical to encouraging change within organizations by just asking them to make these disclosures. And the next slide, please. So this is around reporting with reference to the GRI standards and what is required. There are no additional disclosures required to report with reference to GRI standards. We do require organizations to publish a GRI content index, and we are expecting to be working with IFRAG on a content index that will apply for GRI standards and ESRS standards together. We are also expect them to provide a statement of using the GRI standards and notifying us that they have done so. But the disclosure requirements, that there are no additional disclosure requirements to report with reference to GRI standards from using the ESRS standards, and very few additional disclosures required to report in accordance with also. So next slide, please. And the next slide, thank you. So this is about reporting in accordance with GRI standards, which I've already discussed. So the next one. So before I policy development, is also perhaps really important to stress again that the GRI3 process of determining an organization's most significant impacts is incorporated into ESRS, and it is the starting point for ESRS disclosures. And so this is also particularly important from an assurance perspective. GRI3 gives guidance on this process, requiring organizations to consider their sustainable development context, to engage with experts and a whole range of stakeholders, including investors, on what are the most significant impacts for that organization and their industry. And this is where the sector standards are particularly helpful in guiding an organization through the most significant impacts for their sector and organization. So this feeds into some of the policy developments. So the next slide, please. So this slide covers, to our best knowledge, where GRI standards are mandatory. So the ESRS, as we've said, are very closely aligned with the global GRI standards. The Securities and Exchange Board of India have mandated requirements which are aligned with GRI standards, and we have developed a tool there to show the degree of alignment. And also we have just heard that Colombia have required an additional, I think it's around 4,000 organizations to report using GRI standards. There are a number of countries where GRI standards are explicitly required, and I understand it, these are the ones listed in the second column. There may be others. We don't claim to have a complete list of these. But you know, that there is growing interest in GRI standards and this process of determining the most significant impacts. There are also a range of policy initiatives that reference or require GRI standards. We haven't yet distinguished between reference and required in all of these, but there are 259 policies that we've identified in 85 countries, and this is included in the Carrot and Sticks publication, which was being developed with a number of universities. And also in a number of countries, there are references to GRI standards where they can be used for compliance purposes, but where that use is not required. And this is just a few examples in the third column there. And the next slide, please. So this then takes us on to some of the reflections that we included in our consultation response. Is there a next slide, or is this the one? Oh yeah, here we go. So one of them comes back to our definition of sustainability being aligned with sustainable development and the Brundtland definition. We feel it's important to distinguish between sustainability reporting, as in looking at the impacts of organizations on sustainable development, and the disclosures that we have in GRI2, for example, that help organizations to shift their policy strategies and their activities towards sustainable development. And we believe it's important to distinguish those sorts of disclosures from sustainability-related financial disclosures, which are not directly about sustainable development. We also cover in here the importance of thinking about the materiality process as starting with the most significant impacts of the organization. So those most significant impacts in the GSSB's view lead to effects on the resources and relationships available to the organization. They also are important in understanding the cumulative impacts of many organizations over time and how they then present risks and opportunities, sometimes in a long way into the future for organizations. So this understanding of the most significant impacts of an organization, either directly or indirectly, is very important to understanding the risks and opportunities that an organization itself faces. So those were key considerations in our submission to you. And I think we'll finish there and leave some time for questions and discussion. Thank you very much again for allowing us to speak to you on our work.
Thank you, Carol and Bastian. Josephine.
Thank you, Carol and Bastian. And Carol, thank you again for coming to the roundtables, and to you all for submitting the comment letter. We're just starting to go through our analysis now, and it's really nicely laid out with a heading of this is the thing you need to consider, and this is why. So we really appreciated that. One thing I thought might be useful to you for you to actually expand on from the board's perspective, though, because this was really important, is that we have had this sort of if you like, delineation between impact, materiality, and financial materiality. But Carol, I believe what you're saying here is that it doesn't matter what the framework requires. When you're thinking about risks and opportunities, you do have to consider impact and the significant impact. And I thought if you wouldn't mind just expanding on that a little bit for us. So because that will also help us, of course, in our drafting going forward. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll start and Bastian may follow up. So the GSSB believes that this process of determining the most significant impacts is really critical to understanding the risks and opportunities that an organization is going to face. The process involves talking to experts, it involves talking to stakeholders, a whole range of stakeholders. It involves looking at industry information, and where there is already a GRI sector standard, of course, it involves looking at that. So the sector standards include disclosures that are in the topic standards, but they also include additional disclosures that we feel are particularly relevant to that sector. And I'm sure Bastian will have some examples. And when you look at these disclosures, it's very clear that the information that we're asking organizations to disclose, we think, can potentially lead to risks and opportunities for the organization, and that in the long term they will do. Many of the difficulties that organizations have faced in the past have come from them not paying attention to the impacts that they have. So whether that's on labor issues in the supply chain, like Nike, for example, whether it's around health and safety issues and the governance of those, like Bhopal, for example, the impacts themselves are significant, but also what we require in GRI 3 is that organizations disclose how they manage these impacts and the governance oversight of these impacts. So this is really very important information that's gleaned through this and through having to disclose these impacts and the management and governance of the impacts that's relevant to identifying risks and opportunities. I'm getting croaky, so I'll pass over to Bastian to follow up.
Not much to add from my end. I think there are two observations. One is not each and every risk and opportunity will relate back to an impact, but most of them in the sustainability space do. And I think it is very important to highlight that time component as impacts can accrue or they become more relevant over time because of societal expectations, changing norms, and so on. But from an assurance perspective, there is also a key consideration. I think that's best illuminated by the recent work that has been done across the spectrum on corporate reporting on the climate issue. I think what we've seen there in this context, what got reconfirmed, is that without holistic and detailed disclosure on the impacts, the emissions, the contribution to climate change by the activity of the organization, it is hard to assess the exposure and the financial risks and opportunities that are flowing from this. So what you can see, I think that rationale or that logic can be extended out to almost any of the sustainability issues. Once you, from a I think a sure perspective, but also from an information user perspective, if you would like to understand sustainability in a deeper way, you will have to go all the way back to the impact where the issue originates, and you would want to see the disclosure on this. So whatever the scope and the focus of a particular reporting exercises, that underlying work will have to be performed, and it will be part of the evidence that needs to be considered. I think that's the main addition here that I wanted to make.
Yeah, so if I could just really emphasize, we are very keen to have organizations have that process of determining their most significant impacts externally assured for that reason. And the process of assurance also provides them with information about where their own processes can be improved and what might be missing. So as well as adding to the credibility of reports and giving readers of reports the confidence that there are no significant impacts, risks, or opportunities omitted from the reports. It also helps organizations improve their own internal management processes of, over those most significant impacts. So very keen to see more external assurance over that processes. And really, I sort of encourage organizations that that's really the starting point. It's all well and good having data looked at, but assurance over that process to make sure that your reporting is complete is absolutely critical. And that's where, we're very pleased to see this this standard in development for that reason.
Isabel?
I guess sorry, if I could just add one last thing. As Bastian went through the additional disclosures in the climate change exposure draft that are not in other standards. Now, some of those impacts in that exposure draft are very significant for some organizations and clearly lead to risks and opportunities for those organizations. So that's an example of where these significant impacts are really critical to get a complete picture of risks and opportunities.
Okay. Isabel?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for this presentation. I personally struggle with the difference between the reporters that will report with reference to GRI standards compared to the one that will report in accordance with the GRI standards. So probably it's very clear in GRI literature, but I wonder whether for the readers it will be clear what is the nuance between with reference or in accordance. It's like it makes me think at the studies that IFAC has made on how practitioners refer to the assurance standards that they have used. And some say we applied ISAE 3000, and some say we performed procedures based on ISAE 3000 or inspired by ISAE 3000, and at the end you don't know what they have done. And just having this bioreference instead of in accordance may not be well understood. And it's clear for me that if we are asked to provide assurance, we can provide assurance based on our draft ISA 5000 on sustainability reports that are prepared in accordance with the criteria. But I don't know how we could perform assurance on reports that are performed with reference to a criteria. So that may be something for us to think about. Thank you.
I'll let Bastian cover the difference there.
First of all, I think to acknowledge that this difference is deliberate. We're looking at the GI standards as a reporting framework that is applied in different contexts, as Carol has explained, sometimes under a regulatory setting where the GI standards are direct reference and regulated. Sometimes it is elements of the GI standards. And we established the system of in accordance, as it is known also from other corporate reporting frameworks, in conjunction with the with reference to allow for those cases where the application of the GRI standards is focused on a set of disclosures or a set of standards, but a subset of the complete framework to allow for this to be declared as well. It is important to mention that in the context of GRI reporting, this is always in conjunction with a public statement that forms part of the report and a content index that clearly delineates what has been reported, what of the GRI standards has been actually covered and applied. So that you will not find a report that can claim to be with reference without having a clear content index. And part of the example that we gave for Africa, we see also this operating in this context by virtue of applying the ESRS. You will already, by definition, report with reference with the GRI standards. And the only thing that is required is to give an overview to what extent the GRI standards have been applied, whether this is only the disclosures covered under the ESRS or whether there are additional disclosures required. And such reporting can still fall short of an in accordance approach. But I think mindful also of the developments on your end, having a look at this system going forward, and in particular looking at the requirements that we set around the application of principles and criteria that need to be met to be with reference. That is something that we would also certainly be looking at again in future iterations.
Thanks, Tom. Hi, Carol and Bastian. Thanks so much for your helpful update. I have a non-technical question. So on the slide where you were talking about the collaboration and partnership with IAASB, I think I saw this screenshot of the Sustainability Innovation Lab. And I was actually at the launch in Singapore a few weeks ago, where we have Elko from GRI and Manuel from IAASB sort of jointly launching the lab, and it was high energy, everyone really excited, and really great vibe there. But I think maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, but slightly short of details. I did notice that one of the, I think, 4 focus areas was on assurance. So maybe just, from your perspective, is there anything around this development that IAASB should be maybe taking note of and just paying attention to? Thanks.
Well, I think you can look at this innovation lab as a commitment of both institutions to explore practice, right? And invite preparers and other stakeholders, constituencies to the reporting process to come together to explore these focus areas, right? So I think it's too soon to promise outcomes, but it has been identified in the context of the Innovation Lab as one of the core areas where practitioners are seeking to understand the context better. And I'm sure that in a follow-up conversation between the institutions, that could also be a joint area of interest where the proliferation of the work that you will be doing in the coming months and that will culminate into the standard can be form part of this agenda as well. But this is something that is in the area of capacity building and the educational work that the IASB is doing, and I think we would then have to look to connect the right leads in the different institutions to follow up on this.
Thank you. Maybe I don't see any other tents up, but maybe I could ask a final question. We could always use some good advice, and we appreciate GRI commenting on our exposure draft. But is there any bit of advice or noise or suggestions you would say was particularly important for us to focus as we move from the comment letters to a final document? In one particular area we seem to hear a lot, which probably is impactful in your area, is about the need to focus on the materiality process particularly. And any advice you could give us would be certainly welcome. We could use all the help we could get.
Well, I don't know whether we're in a good position to give you advice with all your expertise on this, but I guess for us, the key issue, as I've said, is that that materiality process, when we're talking about sustainability reporting as we see it, and as now a lot of reporters see it, because we've been around for 26 years, is it's about looking at what are the significant impacts, the most significant impacts of the organization. And we see that as the starting point. EFRAG have also incorporated that as a starting point into ESRS. Not all, but of course, many jurisdictions have started by mandating or requiring or aligning with GRI standards, where that again is the starting point. So I think it's about distinguishing sustainable development and sustainability from sustainability-related financial disclosures, and recognizing that the latter, the sustainability-related financial disclosures, are dependent and influenced by the sustainability disclosures, those disclosures on the impacts of the organization. Over history, we've seen that many of the problems that organizations have faced in terms of boycotts, revenue streams, have come from their own impacts on society, on the environment, and so on.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think we actually used our allotted time up fully, and we learned a lot from this presentation, as we always do from you. And I want to reiterate our appreciation for your collaboration with us and our deep commitment to keep it going as well. So thank you Carol for being up early in the morning, I understand. And Bashan for being up late at night with us probably too. I don't know exactly where you are right now, but I'm taking a guess. So we appreciate that, and thank you, and have a great rest of the day or evening, or depending upon where you are.
Thank you very much also again, and we see your work as extremely important to the credibility of sustainability reporting going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna bring the meeting to a close today. It's been a good full day. As I said earlier, as we were waiting to get on, you should have the final documents that are intended for approval tomorrow. We're gonna have office hours, as I understand, tomorrow morning, beginning at 8:30 to 10, and then we convene again at 10 a.m. Billy, any other administrative announcements?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight to board members that the fraud task force will be available in the green room if you want to discuss anything with them. Track 2 will be available in the orange room, and Tom, myself, and Fadi will be in the committee room at the back if there's anything on the strategy and work plan.
And I would reiterate right now, it's not the time to question the decisions at the board. We're trying at this very point about the faithful implementation of those decisions. Because my experience is any last minute changes have unintended consequences. That's not to say that we don't improve it, but let's be very deliberate in what we do to change the final standard right now, or exposure draft. Okay, we're ready to close. Thank you for a great day. Thank you to the team for getting us to this point. One more day to go.